Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see the what if Naruto awakens the solo leveling system and became the Lord of Shadow Monarch. Check the summary in the description. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Chapter 1. The Awakening. A swirl of wind whipped through the undergrowth. Leaves tore free of branches, skidding across the clearing. Team 7 had pushed deeper into the forest of death than they'd ever intended. At Naruto's side, Sakura's breathing was ragged, and Sasuke stood tensely, Sharingan active. Their task was simple in theory. Survive this part of the Chunin exams, collect the scrolls, and make it out. But simple no longer applied. The entire forest felt stained with malevolence, and each rustle in the canopy threatened another predator's pounce. Naruto Uzumaki exhaled quietly. His heart hammered in his ears. He was no longer the same clueless prankster who'd strolled into the exams believing he'd show off some flashy moves and squeak by. Something felt off. A gnawing tension in his gut warned him of looming danger. Even Kurama, the nine-tailed fox sealed within him, stirred with unease. They had regrouped after a brief skirmish with a team from the hidden grass. 3 shinobi had tried to ambush them, but Sasuke's keen eyes and Naruto's unpredictable aggression had kept them at bay. They'd managed to send the grass nin packing, but not before incurring wounds. Sakura was leaning against a gnarled tree trunk, cradling a cut on her arm. Sasuke, silent as usual, scanned the surroundings. Naruto stared at them both, adrenaline still surging. He forced a cocky grin to cover the swirl of confusion inside him. "We need to find somewhere to rest," Sakura said, biting back a wince. Naruto nodded. "I'll scout ahead. You two, maybe patch yourselves up. I can handle it." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "Don't get cocky. We'll move as a team, do you understand?" A smirk tugged at Naruto's lips, something far more confident than usual. "Whatever you say, Sasuke." The Avenger gave him a quick glare but said nothing. Together, the trio slipped through thick vines and rotting logs, forging a path deeper into the forest's heart. Thunder rumbled in the distance, hinting at oncoming rain. A strange presence in the next clearing. It happened without warning. A monstrous serpent, easily 5 times as long as Naruto was tall, came crashing down from the canopy. The ground shook under the impact, sending leaves exploding outward. Its scales glistened an eerie green under dim forest light, and it hissed, revealing fangs glistening with venom. "Get back!" Sasuke yelled, leaping into action. Naruto's pulse spiked. He dove to one side, flinging kunai as he rolled. The snake snapped them aside with a flick of its tail. Sakura, eyes wide, managed to scramble behind a tree, but her wound slowed her. The serpent lunged, fangs aimed at Sakura's exposed back. "Move!" Naruto barked. He launched himself headlong, ignoring Sasuke's startled shout. He intercepted the serpent's path midair, slamming a palm into the side of its head to alter its trajectory. The snake slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave of dirt into the air. But in that moment, Naruto lost his footing. A blinding flash of scales, and the serpent whipped around, tail smashing into him with lethal force. He barely registered the impact. Pain ignited in his ribs, and the world spun. He hit the dirt, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and felt everything go hazy. Sasuke yelled something. Maybe his name. But the roar in Naruto's ears drowned it out. The serpent coiled, scales grinding across the earth. Naruto forced himself upright, ignoring the hot pain in his torso, ignoring the taste of blood on his lips. Something about the monstrous snake's chakra signature was wrong. More sinister than any normal summon. And it was powerful, far more than Team 7's usual foes. Naruto braced himself. He'd do anything to protect his teammates. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with defiance. "I'm not going down." But the serpent lunged again, fangs wide. A swirl of dust consumed them both, and Naruto had only a split second to realize the jaws were about to clamp down on him. He threw his hands forward. Suddenly, everything froze. The system interface. Naruto couldn't move. The forest, the serpent, even the air around him was still. For a heartbeat, he thought time had stopped. Then, out of nowhere, a translucent screen flickered before his eyes. Words appeared in bold, glowing letters. Error detected. Host status. Critical. Initiating emergency protocol. His chest tightened. What was this? Some genjutsu? Another layer of the exam? Would you like to become a player? This is your only chance at survival? A cold wave swept through Naruto, as if something ancient and inhuman were observing him. The words glowed with promise. He didn't understand what player meant, or why he was seeing these floating lines. All he knew was that if he didn't do something, the next time the snake moved, he'd be ripped in half. Deep inside, he felt Kurama's chakra roil, uncertain and furious. Naruto's breath shook. If this was a trick, he had no better alternative. Survival overshadowed reason. He reached out to the screen, though his arm didn't physically move. Instead, he made a mental push, an acceptance. Yes. A new wave of text lit up. Player registration complete. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki. Activating solo leveling system, then the serpent's jaws snapped forward, time roaring back to life. Naruto let out a cry and braced for the end, only it never came. Energy crackled in the air, forming a translucent barrier. The serpent's head slammed into it with a deafening crash. Shock etched across its reptilian features as the barrier rebounded, flinging it back. Naruto gasped, pushing himself to his feet. The serpent hissed again, but there was an odd quiver of hesitation in its stance now. Sasuke and Sakura stared with open mouths from several yards away. What the hell was that? Sasuke muttered, voice raw from shouting. Naruto, Sakura whispered, eyes flicking between Naruto and the newly formed barrier that was already dissolving into flickers of black. Naruto swallowed. He didn't have words. He felt change. A strange tingle coursed through his muscles, as if every cell had been zapped awake. His eyes locked onto the serpent. Something deep in him raged, a hunger to fight back. Another screen materialized in his vision. Quest. Defeat the monster. Failure equals death. Something cold and focused settled over Naruto. He couldn't explain it, but the system's presence felt as tangible as Kurama's chakra. He clenched his fists and launched forward, uncharacteristically calm. The serpent hissed, lunging again with lightning speed, but Naruto darted beneath the snapping fangs. He twisted, planting a foot on the ground to pivot and drive a fist into its side. A surge of unfamiliar energy pulsed through him, reinforcing every strike with startling power. The creature reeled. Sasuke, seizing the opportunity, hurled a volley of shuriken at its exposed underbelly. Several embedded themselves in the serpent's flesh, drawing a screech of pain. Naruto took advantage. With a swift swirl of chakra, he formed a single shadow clone. Usually, he'd create a dozen, but something told him to push quality over quantity. Strangely, the clone looked sharper, more solid. Together, they leapt, forming a two-pronged assault. Naruto hammered a punch into the serpent's head. Bone cracked under his knuckles. The clone followed with a spinning kick, sending the beast crashing to the ground in a thunderous boom. Sakura and Sasuke stared, stunned. Naruto's movements were more fluid, more powerful than ever before. A final wail escaped the serpent as it slithered to the side, Oto rise, only for Sasuke to finish the job with a precise strike to its skull. Silence fell, punctuated only by the serpent's final shudders. Naruto inhaled sharply. The translucent screen flickered again. Quest complete. Experience points awarded. New skill unlocked, shadow extraction. A wave of dizziness threatened to overtake him, but he forced himself upright, ignoring the swirling questions in his teammates' eyes. For a moment, all he registered was an overwhelming sense of possibility. Some new dimension of power had just awakened in him. He wasn't sure what it meant, but it made his heart pound with excitement. Quiet aftermath. Naruto, what was that? Sakura asked, walking closer. Though her arm still bled, she seemed more concerned about Naruto's condition than her own. He rubbed the back of his neck, typical sheepish grin forming on his face, but behind it lay confusion. I'm not really sure. This barrier showed up, and... Sasuke crossed his arms. Don't lie. That was no ordinary jutsu. That barrier, the way you fought, something changed in you. Naruto opened his mouth, but words stuck. He felt the system's presence, the lines of text hovering just at the edge of his vision. He willed them away and they vanished, leaving behind an afterimage of unread notifications. Talking about it felt dangerous. He remembered how the scroll's instructions forbade revealing certain secrets. This new power might be just as crucial to keep under wraps, at least for now.
Look, Naruto said, shrugging, I don't really get it myself. Let's just say I got a lucky break, yeah.
For a tense moment, Sasuke's eyes burned with suspicion. Finally, the Uchiha turned away. Fine. Let's find shelter before we get attacked by anything else. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving me, Naruto. She hesitated, then leaned forward and gave him a quick hug. Naruto blinked, momentarily surprised. Her body felt warm, her heartbeat fluttering with adrenaline. When she pulled back, a hint of pink tinted her cheeks. You were amazing. But, try not to scare me like that again, okay? Naruto found himself smiling. Hey, you worry too much, I'm fine, really. Yet even as he reassured her, he felt the dull ache of bruised ribs. He'd definitely be feeling that later. The system had somehow saved him from what would have been certain death, but how far could it protect him next time?
They limped away from the bloody clearing, weaving through thick roots and low-hanging vines until they found a small hollow beneath a sprawling oak. The trio settled down, checking supplies and dividing watch duties. While Sasuke took the first watch, Naruto huddled against a tree trunk, mind swirling with too many questions.
He let out a slow breath, glancing over at Sakura. She was rummaging through a first aid kit, occasionally looking in his direction with worry. Naruto caught her eye once, and she gave him a tiny smile. Something in that moment made him feel bolder than usual. Or maybe it was just the echo of the system's power singing in his veins. He winked at her, surprising even himself. Her eyes widened, and a faint blush covered her cheeks. She returned her attention to the bandages quickly, though Naruto caught the ghost of a grin on her lips. Under normal circumstances, he'd have been a stammering mess. Maybe he'd have turned red or tripped over his own words. But he felt strangely confident. Like a knot of tension had snapped inside him, replaced by a sense that nothing was off limits. Not even flirting with Sakura in ways he'd never dared. He almost laughed, realizing how easy it was to break that old pattern. A brush with the system hours bled into night. Stars hung overhead, faint through the canopy. Sasuke and Sakura dozed fitfully on either side of the hollow, though Sasuke's eyes flickered open at the slightest sound. Naruto, however, couldn't sleep. The memory of the serpent's fangs, the barrier, and those glowing messages haunted him. At last, he closed his eyes, focusing inward as if to meditate. Kurama's chakra felt like a roiling furnace, as always. But now there was another presence, a faint, intangible hum. The system, as it called itself. He willed it to appear, and sure enough, text boxes blinked into view. System stats. Naruto Uzumaki, level 1 hydrogen phosphide, regenerating. Chakra. Strength. Low agility. Low vitality. Low intelligence. Average perception. Low. Naruto's brow twitched. Low? Really? That's a bit harsh. Then a second tab. Skills, shadow extraction. Locked until you defeat an enemy and attempt to extract its shadow. Basic physical boost, passive. He traced a finger through the air, though it wasn't strictly necessary. The system responded to his mind's commands. Strange, but also thrilling. A final notification glowed. Quest completed. Survive the serpent. Reward. +1 to all stats, unlocked, shadow extraction. The corner of his mouth twitched up. Shadow extraction. A grin spread across his face as he imagined what that could mean. Some part of him thrilled at the idea of harnessing an enemy's essence. It sounded downright macabre, but the potential was enormous. Still, a flutter of apprehension accompanied the excitement. Was this power safe? Could it corrupt him? He set the doubts aside for now. This might be the second chance he needed to surpass everyone else, to become Hokage in more than just name. If it gave him an edge over Sasuke, so be it. Naruto couldn't deny a little spark of pride at the thought of finally standing on equal footing, or even overshadowing the Uchiha genius. Next morning Team 7 resumed their trek through the Forest of Death, aiming to secure the second scroll they needed. The tension from the previous day clung to them like a damp cloak. Naruto, though, found himself more at ease. He led, forging ahead with unusual boldness. The leaf-strewn path crackled underfoot. Shafts of pale daylight filtered through the high branches. At one point, they stopped by a small stream to refill canteens. Sakura was kneeling at the water's edge. Naruto knelt beside her, letting the cool water run over his fingertips. She shot him a sidelong glance. "You sure you're okay after everything? That snake was?" "Don't worry about me," Naruto said, flashing a grin that made her blink. "I bounce back fast." He noticed her eyes flutter, just a bit. The old Naruto might have cracked some dumb joke and ruined the moment, but now, something in him relished her attention. He let silence linger, watching her cheeks grow a subtle pink. He parted his lips to tease her when Sasuke cleared his throat from behind. "We've wasted enough time," he said, voice as cold as ever. "Let's move." Sakura stood quickly, face flustered. Naruto shrugged, but inwardly he felt a quiet amusement. Maybe I can have a little fun, he thought. It was an odd shift. He cared for Sakura, sure, but the typical desperation for her approval had eased. He didn't mind flirting more openly, letting the chips fall where they may. They continued on, wary of potential ambushes. Every so often, Naruto thought he felt the system stirring, scanning the area for threats, as if it could sense the negative aura of enemies. But each time, it remained silent, no new quests popping up. Then, around midday, a rustling to their left made them freeze. 3 figures emerged from behind a cluster of thorny shrubs. Another rival team. The headband insignias revealed them to be from Sanagakure. A tall, smirking boy with sandy hair led them, while the 2 behind him looked tense. Sasuke stepped forward, eyes sharp. "We don't want to fight unless it's necessary. We already have 1 scroll. You looking for trouble?" The sandy-haired boy scoffed. "We're looking for a heaven scroll, and if you have 1, we'll be taking it." Naruto's adrenaline spiked. He welcomed the chance to test his new power. Sakura glanced at him, apprehension flickering across her face. "NFI dent nod." Sasuke said, "Well, you'll have to beat us first." The enemy team didn't bother with banter. They lunged in unison. Metal clashed, sparks flying off kunai as Sasuke locked blades with the leader. Sakura ducked away, forming a quick seal. Naruto soared forward, fists surging with chakra. The second enemy, a girl with twin daggers, met him mid-strike. Her speed was impressive. She slashed outward. Naruto twisted, letting the blade graze past his jacket. Instinct flared inside him. He dipped low and delivered an uppercut to her ribs, sending her stumbling. Before she could react, he willed the system to guide him. Another punch, augmented by a surge of mysterious energy, slammed into her midsection. She hit the ground, coughing violently. Lightning crackled to Naruto's right. Sasuke unleashed a barrage of shuriken laced with a small discharge of electricity to stun the tall leader. The leader hissed, flipping backward as sparks cascaded around him. One of the enemy teammates, someone with a large spiked club, charged at Sakura. She evaded, tossing a barrage of shuriken to create distance. Despite her injured arm, she was nimble, and the enemy found himself tangled in the undergrowth. Sasuke then pivoted, delivering a savage kick to the man's exposed side. Meanwhile, Naruto stared down the dagger-wielding girl, who was already back on her feet. She spat blood, glaring at him. "You cocky leaf brat." Naruto returned a smile, this time fully embracing the new edge in his personality. "Better watch your mouth. Things are about to get dark for you." Even he had to suppress a chuckle at how dramatic that sounded. But something about the word, dark, resonated with a secret part of him. She snarled, lunging again. Naruto read her movements with ease. He sidestepped, letting her momentum carry her forward. Then, with a swift elbow to the base of her spine, he sent her sprawling. She hit the ground, unconscious. A brush with shadow extraction heart-hammering, Naruto stared down at the fallen enemy. Something urged him to try out his new skill. He felt an almost electric pull to do so. Slowly, he extended a hand over her limp form, ignoring the chaos of Sasuke and Sakura's ongoing battles. A faint shimmer rose from the girl's body, like wisps of black smoke. His mind buzzed with the system's silent prompt. Use shadow extraction? Why, Naruto hesitated. Was this morally acceptable? Did it harm them permanently? But a fierce curiosity gnawed at him. Show, don't tell, a voice in his head whispered. He wanted to learn by doing. He steeled himself, then mentally answered yes. Black tendrils seeped from the girl's shadow, swirling around Naruto's outstretched hand. He watched with wide eyes as the swirling mass condensed, shape flickering between ephemeral and solid. Slowly, a small form coalesced, like a dark silhouette wearing the girl's features. Pale white eyes gleamed out of an ink-black face. The figure knelt before Naruto, head bowed in silent obedience. A wave of triumph flooded him, though part of him shivered at the sheer strangeness.
Shadow extraction success. You have gained Shadow Soldier number 1. Commands accepted via mental link. Naruto's lips parted in silent awe. He had a soldier. The silhouette flickered at his side, waiting. He glanced at the unconscious girl. She was still breathing, just incapacitated. Relief coursed through him, so it didn't kill them outright. That was something, but it definitely wasn't a normal jutsu, and the ramifications made his gut clench.
Still, no time to dwell on it. Sasuke and Sakura had cornered the tall Sunanin. The man's clothes were torn, and he bled from several cuts. As Naruto approached, Shadow Soldier in tow, the enemy's eyes widened in horror. What is that? Sasuke shot Naruto a startled look. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? For a split second, Naruto glimpsed a flicker of fear in Sasuke's expression. The Shadow Soldier hovered silently, radiating a faint aura of dread. Naruto forced a laugh, trying to hide the tension. It's a new trick I picked up. He commanded the soldier mentally, stand aside. It obeyed instantly, dissolving into near-invisible black motes that hovered behind him. The Sunanin hesitated, scanning the battered scene. His two teammates lay unconscious. He grimaced, dropping to one knee. Fine. Take the scroll, he growled, pulling it from his pouch and tossing it on the ground. Just let us go. Sasuke scooped up the scroll. They already had the Earth Scroll. If this was the Heaven Scroll, they had what they needed to complete the exam. Sakura nodded. Good, now get lost. The man gathered his downed comrades with surprising gentleness. Eyeing Naruto's shadows one last time, he retreated into the forest, leaving Team 7 breathless but victorious. First taste of power when quiet returned. Sasuke turned on Naruto, jaw tight. You want to explain what's going on? Since when can you summon that? He gestured vaguely to the swirling black shape that lingered near Naruto, half submerged in the ground. Naruto swallowed hard. He hated lying to them. I discovered it recently, he said, voice lower than usual. Honestly, I don't fully understand it myself. But it's given me a boost in strength. And it doesn't feel like the Kyuubi's chakra. That much was true. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. We don't have time for your half-baked explanations. Just don't get us killed. A twinge of irritation flared in Naruto. The old Naruto would have erupted at Sasuke's scolding, but this new confidence made him hold his ground differently. He stepped closer to Sasuke, leveling a cool stare. You're not the only one who can get stronger, you know. For an instant, tension crackled. Then Sakura inserted herself between them, placing a hand on Naruto's chest. Stop. Both of you. We're done fighting for now. Let's just keep moving. Naruto's eyes flicked from Sasuke to the warmth of Sakura's hand. He nodded, stepping back. Fine. Let's get out of this forest before more trouble finds us. Unexpected encounter. By late afternoon, they finally neared the tall tower at the forest center, where they'd turn in their scrolls. Relief spread across them. The air felt clearer as they exited the suffocating density of trees, stepping into a wide clearing. The massive structure loomed ahead, the final checkpoint for the second stage of the Chunin exams. Guards stood at the entrance, checking incoming genin. As Team 7 approached, Naruto spotted a familiar face. Anko Mitarashi, the proctor of this phase. She wore that familiar trench coat, fishnet underlay, and had a roguish smirk. Her gaze locked onto Naruto, and something flickered in her eyes. Well, if it isn't Team 7. You look like you ran into a bit of trouble. Her tone was playful, but Naruto sensed a hint of curiosity beneath it. Sakura bowed politely. We have both scrolls. We'd like to enter. Anko nodded, stepping aside, but as Naruto passed, she caught his wrist in a surprisingly firm grip. Naruto Uzumaki, she said, voice low enough that Sasuke and Sakura, already ahead, couldn't overhear. You're radiating a strange aura. Different from the Kyuubi. You'd better keep it under control. Naruto felt his pulse spike. Anko's dark eyes pinned him, her expression dancing between concern and intrigue. She leaned in, her breath warm against his ear. Power like that can be addictive, kid. Trust me. He swallowed. Something about her closeness made his heart race, but so did her words. I'll keep that in mind. Her lips curved into a playful grin. Better. Wouldn't want the star of the show to burn out too early. With that, she released him. Part of Naruto bristled at the insinuation that he'd lose control, but a flicker of caution wormed its way into his thoughts. Is the system addictive? He shrugged off the worry, pushing forward to catch up to Sasuke and Sakura. Entering the atmosphere was tense. Other teams who'd arrived early were resting or eyeing each other warily. Some had bandages, others looked exhausted. Team 7 found a quiet corner while a proctor confirmed they had the correct scrolls. They'd passed the second stage. Sakura nearly sank to the floor in relief. Finally, she murmured, closing her eyes, this was intense. Sasuke leaned against a wall, arms folded. He was scanning the area for potential threats, his expression unreadable. Naruto plopped down next to Sakura, letting out a whoosh of breath. We made it, but it's not over yet. His mind drifted to the system, conjuring the interface once more. A new quest alert flashed. Quest. Rise to the semifinals. Your performance in the upcoming preliminary rounds determines your next set of rewards. Failure. Minus 50% stats. Naruto nearly choked. Failure leads to stat penalties. He muttered under his breath. That was a terrifying prospect. If the system could arbitrarily weaken him, ignoring it wasn't an option. He had to keep winning, or risk losing everything he'd gained. He sank deeper into thought, ignoring the hustle around them. Other genin teams trickled in, each battered in their own way. He recognized some faces. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji from the Yamanaka Nara Akamichi clan. Neji and Tenten from the Hyuga side and Team Guy. Hinata shyly waved from across the hall, relief plain on her face when she saw Naruto was alive. Naruto felt a small surge of confidence bubble up. He gave Hinata a grin and a thumbs up, watching her face go pink as she smiled. He looked around at the other kunoichi, a new boldness stirring. He never realized how many of them cast glances his way. Some curious, some worried. His near-death brush and subsequent miraculous power spike had changed the way people looked at him. And he liked it. Perhaps a bit too much. Knock on the door. They were given a few hours to rest in a designated waiting area, a modest room with benches and tatami mats. Sakura was dozing off in a corner. Sasuke, ever the loner, stood by a small window, lost in thought. Naruto leaned against the opposite wall, eyes half-lidded. Sleep tugged at him. Yet every time he tried to close his eyes, images of that shadow soldier or the interface flashed in his mind. A soft knock on the door broke the quiet. Naruto sat up as the door slid open to reveal Ino Yamanaka. She tossed her blonde hair over her shoulder and walked in with a certain flippant grace, wearing her purple attire. Hey, Naruto, she said, glancing around the room. Her gaze lingered on Sasuke for half a second before returning to Naruto. Heard you guys had quite the time in the forest. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You heard right, but we made it. She smiled, a mix of relief and curiosity. I'm glad you're safe. There's a rumor going around that you fought off some giant snake. She leaned in conspiratorially, voice dropping. They're saying you pulled off something that wasn't just the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto felt a prickle of alarm. Word traveled fast, evidently. He shrugged, forcing a grin. Maybe they saw me wrong. Ino eyed him. Huh. You're different, Naruto. Like, confident. It's kinda refreshing, actually. She glanced at sleeping Sakura, then stepped closer, voice low. Wanna take a walk? I'm bored out of my mind. The old Naruto might have stumbled over himself in excitement at a pretty girl's invitation. Now, a playful glint danced in his eyes. Sure, he said, pushing off the wall. Lead the way. Sasuke watched them go, his expression unchanged, though Naruto sensed a flicker of annoyance. It made him grin a bit more. Finally, I'm not the loser in the room. Make out near the corridor. They stepped into a deserted corridor that ringed around the tower's interior. It was quiet, with only a few torches lighting the path. Ino walked casually, arms folded behind her back. When they were sufficiently far from prying eyes, she turned, curiosity brimming in her gaze. "So what really happened in the forest?" she asked, earnest now. "I know you're not the same Naruto from the academy. People change, sure, but it's like you leveled up, twice." Naruto couldn't help the small smirk. The system's secret still weighed on him, but he was starting to enjoy the mystique. "I trained hard," he offered vaguely. "Lots of late-night sessions." Ino's eyes narrowed. "Spill." He shrugged, stepping closer. "What if I said I don't want to? You just have to trust I'm still the same Naruto, only better." She tilted her head, unimpressed. "You're such a..." But her words caught in her throat as Naruto, emboldened by the new swirl of self-assuredness, moved closer. His hand slipped behind her waist, drawing her flush against him. He heard her breath hitch. If someone had told him a week ago he'd be this bold, he'd have laughed in their face. Now, he gave Ino a roguish grin. "You talk too much," he teased, voice dropping. Before she could snap at him, he pressed his lips to hers. It wasn't tentative or clumsy. It carried the force of pent-up adrenaline and a new sense of daring. Ino stiffened, then melted into it, letting out a soft gasp of surprise that turned into a muted sigh of acceptance. For a few heartbeats, all was quiet. The hallway's torches crackled, shadows dancing on the walls. The pressure of her body against his felt electric. He tasted the faint salt of sweat on her lips from the forest's ordeal, and her arms tentatively wound around his neck. She parted just enough to whisper, "Naruto." He smirked. "What, want me to stop?" She flushed a little. "You're different." "You said that already." Leaning down again, he claimed another kiss, more heated this time. A heady mix of victory and desire roiled in him. Maybe it was the near-death experience, or maybe it was the system, heightening his confidence. He didn't question it too deeply. He was enjoying the moment, some new dimension of himself. Eventually, they broke apart, breathing heavily. Ino's blue eyes shone, a mix of confusion and excitement. "Wow. Didn't know you had it in you." He shrugged with a playful grin. "You've been missing out." She swatted his chest lightly, rolling her eyes. "Don't get cocky." But her smirk betrayed her. "We should get back before someone sees us." Naruto nodded, feeling a rush that wasn't just from the kiss. This new boldness, he liked it. He had no intention of returning to his old meek behavior. Let them talk. Let them wonder. He felt unstoppable. Sasuke's suspicion. They returned to the waiting room. Sakura was still dozing, but Sasuke threw them both a sharp look. Naruto's clothes were slightly rumpled, and Ino's lips looked a bit swollen. They couldn't have been more obvious if they tried. Sasuke's glare spoke volumes, but he said nothing. Ino cleared her throat, the slightest blush dusting her cheeks, then gave Naruto a quick wink and left. Naruto dropped onto the tatami mat, arms behind his head, humming softly. Sasuke stared at him from across the room, silent. The tension was palpable. After a moment, Naruto opened one eye. "Something on your mind?" Sasuke scoffed, turned to gaze at the window. "Don't get distracted," he said. "You might think you're on top of the world, but you're not invincible." Naruto smirked. "We'll see." He closed his eyes, letting the day's events settle in. The brush with death, the serpent, the new system. The stunning revelation of shadow extraction. And, of course, that hallway makeout with Ino. All of it felt surreal, like stepping into a new dimension. A part of him was uneasy. Anko's warning echoed in his head, but another part reveled in the thrill. If the system demanded progress, he'd keep pushing. The wave of power that came with each victory was too tempting to ignore. And so, drifting off to a shallow sleep, Naruto reflected on how drastically his life had changed. The next Tim, be it in the exam prelims or beyond, he would greet it head-on. Because he was Naruto Uzumaki, the would-be Hokage, now armed with the solo leveling system. And that changed everything. Pog. Sakura half asleep in the corner, she'd heard the door open and close. Sakura wasn't fully aware of Naruto and Ino's absence earlier. She'd stirred briefly, seeing them slip in. Naruto looking smug, Ino oddly flushed. A mild sting of jealousy pricked her heart, though she tried to ignore it. Why would she feel jealous? It wasn't like she and Naruto had an exclusive claim on each other. She'd always chased Sasuke, anyway. She opened her eyes a crack. Naruto lay there with a faint smile, the kind she'd rarely seen on him. Content, confident. He really has changed. Part of her found it attractive, even if it unsettled her. He used to be so loud, so desperate for praise. Now, he carried himself like he knew what he was worth. In the forest, he'd saved her life without a second thought. If it weren't for him, the serpent would have claimed her in its jaws. She shivered at the memory. Yet she couldn't shake the darkness she sensed in his chakra. Something overshadowed even the Kyuubi's presence. She wondered if Sasuke felt it too. That hint of something not entirely human. It was both fascinating and frightening. Closing her eyes again, she resolved to keep an eye on Naruto. Whatever was happening, she wanted him to stay safe, and not lose himself in that shadowed power. A pang of concern rose in her chest. Whether or not she realized it, her heart was shifting in ways she never imagined. The cliffhanger moments later, a proctor's voice boomed over an announcement system, echoing down the corridors. All participants who have cleared the second stage, report to the main hall. The preliminary rounds are about to begin. Naruto's eyes snapped open. The system interface flashed a new line. New quest. Survive and rise in the preliminary rounds. Reward. Access to Shadow Monarch Tier 1. Shadow Monarch. Naruto stood, fists clenched in anticipation. Another piece of the puzzle, another rung on the ladder of power. His heart thudded with both excitement and a sharp edge of hunger. He liked how that name rang in his mind, Shadow Monarch. It felt right. He walked to the door, Sasuke and Sakura following. A swirl of conflicting emotions twisted in his gut. Excitement, apprehension, an almost addictive longing for the next battle. He'd face these preliminary rounds with everything he had. He'd surpass the competition, overshadow them with unstoppable might if necessary. Let's see how far this new power can take me, Naruto thought as he stepped into the hallway, the muffled chatter of other genin drifting in. I won't be satisfied until I reach the top. He took a deep breath, the system's presence swirling in his veins. The hush of anticipation filled the tower's corridors as groups of tired but determined shinobi gathered. Another life or death stage awaited. And Naruto was ready. No, eager, to put his new abilities to the test. The future yawned before him like a chasm, but he would cross it, soaring on wings of shadow. Pride, determination, and a hint of something darker fueled him. He pushed through the crowd, forging his own path toward the main hall. And though Team 7 walked in together, eyes were drawn to Naruto alone, drawn by the aura of unstoppable confidence emanating from him like a silent thunderclap. The next stage of the exams might be brutal, but if the system demanded victory, Naruto would deliver. He had no intention of holding back. Outside, a low rumble of thunder signaled a storm approaching. Inside Naruto's chest, an even greater tempest brewed. A swirling collision of the nine-tailed fox's raw ferocity and the budding power of the Shadow Monarch. And if the world thought Naruto Uzumaki was just another loudmouthed genin, they were in for a rude awakening. He was a predator now, and the hunt had only begun. Chapter 2. Unlocking the system's deeper layers. Dash 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 dash. Thick tension filled the main hall of the Chunin exams tower, an air of hard stares and frayed tempers swirling among the genin who had survived the forest of death. Over a dozen teams had started the second phase. Fewer than half stood here now. Bandaged arms, bruised faces, and wary glares were on display everywhere. Proctors in dark uniforms lined the edges of the expansive chamber, their gazes stern and unyielding. Naruto Uzumaki stepped inside with Team 7, his posture more assured than ever before. Sakura took a spot to his left, her eyes flicking between the crowd and the tall dais at the far end of the hall. Sasuke stood to his right, arms folded, exuding calm yet bristling energy. But even the aura of the Uchiha prodigy felt overshadowed by something else. Naruto's quiet pulse of power. It had been a mere day since Naruto awakened what he called the system, the strange force that granted him game-like quests, boosted his physical abilities, and, most shockingly, allowed him to extract the shadows of defeated foes. Every muscle in his body felt charged, humming with potential. His senses were sharper, reflexes quicker. And with each breath, he found himself both thrilled and a little uneasy, as if dancing on the edge of a precipice.
High above them, a balcony curved around the room. Figures of authority gathered. The third Hokage himself, flanked by various Jonin sensei, including Kakashi Hatake and others from different villages. Whispering among themselves, they surveyed the exhausted genin below.
At the front of the hall, Proctor Hayate coughed into his hand, stepping forward. He looked pale, circles under his eyes, but his voice projected clearly. "Welcome to the preliminary rounds," he began. "Congratulations on surviving the second stage. However, due to the higher number of participants, we will hold one-on-one battles to reduce the final contenders." Naruto's eyes scanned the crowd, picking out familiar faces. He spotted Hinata from Team Kurenai, looking nervously around. Kiba and Shino flanked her. Tenten and Lee stood near Neji, all from Team Guy. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji huddled to one side. Even Gaara from the Hidden Sands stood with his siblings, exuding an eerie quiet. Each face wore a mix of exhaustion and grim determination, a testament to what they had endured in the Forest of Death. Hayate continued, "Each match will be one-on-one. Fights end when one competitor surrenders, is rendered unconscious, or is killed. If I declare the match over, you will stop immediately, or you risk disqualification. Understood?" Murmurs rippled. The looming possibility of death in these battles sent chills through the younger genin, but Naruto felt an odd flutter of excitement. Part of him, perhaps fueled by the system, wanted to be tested. He wanted to push further, see just how far this new, shadow power, could go. That rush, that high from victory, called to him. A giant electronic scoreboard flickered to life on the wall behind Hayate, names scrolling in a chaotic pattern until finally 2 names remained. Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Ikado. A hush fell. Sasuke tensed, stepping forward with clipped confidence. Naruto glanced at him, curiosity sparking. He knew Sasuke was still on edge about his own growth, worried about the cursed seal Orochimaru had inflicted on him. Sasuke's jealousy, or perhaps rivalry, toward Naruto had intensified after the Forest of Death, when Naruto displayed that new, unsettling power. Still, it was time to see if Sasuke could hold his own. Proctor Hayate gestured them to the open floor. "All others will move to the upper walkway. Let the first match begin." Dash 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 dash.
They climbed stairs to a metal balcony. The vantage point overlooked. Naruto leaned on the railing with Sakura beside him, craning his neck as Sasuke faced off against Yoroi, a man with face coverings and a nondescript presence, but rumored to have a chakra absorption technique. The tension in the air prickled Naruto's skin. He noticed Kakashi standing some distance away, posture rigid, clearly concerned about Sasuke's precarious condition.
"Begin," Hayate said. Yoroi wasted no time, lunging forward with a palm outstretched. Sasuke dodged, using quick footwork to stay out of reach. But Naruto could see the subtle flickers of black marking that threatened to creep up Sasuke's neck, Orochimaru's mark. Sasuke seemed to be resisting, fighting to keep it suppressed. That internal struggle slowed him. Yoroi managed to grab Sasuke's arm. A spark of blue chakra flickered around the man's grip, and Sasuke grunted as his energy began draining away. The crowd murmured. Sakura's nails dug into her palms. "Sasuke, get out of there," she hissed. Naruto felt his own heart clench. As much as he and Sasuke butted heads, they were teammates. The old him would be shouting encouragement, but now he simply watched, trusting Sasuke's pride wouldn't let him lose so easily. True enough, Sasuke snarled, twisting free with a sudden burst of strength. He landed a harsh kick to Yoroi's chest, forcing the man back. Then, with deliberate focus, Sasuke formed the seals for his beloved lion barrage technique, an adaptation of Rock Lee's taijutsu he'd seen earlier. He hammered into Yoroi from above, driving a series of punishing blows. One final strike sent Yoroi crashing into the floor, unconscious. Cheers erupted, though a wave of relief was more palpable than pure celebration. Sasuke stood there, panting, sweat beading on his brow. The cursed seal receded, to Kakashi's visible relief. Hayate declared, "Winner. Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto grinned, crossing his arms. Hey, bastard still knows how to shine. But a flicker of envy passed through him. Sasuke had nearly lost control to Orochimaru's influence. Naruto wondered whether he was on a similar path. His own, dark, power welling from the system, with questionable origins. Or maybe it was the difference that made them so incompatible yet so driven to surpass each other. Sakura released a breath she'd been holding. He did it, she whispered. Naruto nodded, noticing how her shoulders trembled in relief. For a moment, he felt a tug of empathy. Then again, that spark of boldness flared. He leaned in, voice pitched low so only she heard, "You need to loosen up, Sakura. I got a feeling our matches might be even more intense." She blinked at his closeness, cheeks warming. Don't tease me now." He just smirked, stepping away, but the sense of power in him thrummed, making him want to push boundaries, both on and off the battlefield. Dash 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 dash. The preliminaries progress one by one. Matches were called. Zaku from the Sound faced Shino. Tenten clashed with Tamari. Lee battled Gaara. The environment grew more charged with every fight. Blood splattered. Defeated foes lay unconscious or barely able to stand. The medics rushed in repeatedly. All the while, Naruto felt his heartbeat escalate in anticipation. He wanted to fight. He wanted to feel that surge. The system was like a silent observer in his mind, awaiting an opportunity to bloom. At times, Naruto glimpsed the system interface flickering at the edge of his vision. Quest. Win your preliminary match. Rewards. EXP, Shadow Extraction, Synergy Update. Failure penalty. Minus 50% stats. He ground his teeth. That penalty was brutal. But the potential reward intrigued him. Some new synergy for his shadow extraction, maybe? The thought of commanding an even stronger shadow army crackled in his thoughts. He half wished they would call his name already. Eventually, the scoreboard lit up again, displaying Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. Naruto's eyes widened, flicking between the two girls. Sakura inhaled sharply, while Ino straightened up with a determined expression. Tension crackled between them. They were longtime friends turned rivals, often because of their mutual crush on Sasuke. But Naruto had complicated that dynamic further, after that hallway kiss with Ino. And though Sakura wasn't quite aware of it, something told Naruto that the tension might flare once they realized they had deeper reasons to fight beyond Sasuke. Still, both descended to the arena floor, faces solemn. The chatter above died down. Naruto watched with crossed arms, uncertain how he felt. On one hand, he had grown closer to Sakura, especially after the near-death experience in the forest. On the other, he discovered a spark with Ino that was undeniably fun. A certain proud, flirtatious dynamic thrived between them. Part of him felt a weird thrill that they now faced each other. As the match began, Ino tried her mind transfer jutsu. Sakura countered with unexpected resolve, refusing to let her past insecurities overshadow her. Blows were traded, hair was cut, and emotions ran high. It was personal, an old rivalry culminating in a clash of fists and willpower. Finally, they knocked each other out simultaneously, resulting in a double elimination. Medics rushed in to ensure both were merely unconscious, not worse. Naruto let out a sigh, leaning over the balcony rail. Man, they really gave it their all, he murmured, a pang of guilt stirring. I've been messing around with Ino, and at the same time, I care about Sakura. This is going to get complicated. But a flicker of excitement shot through him, too. He wasn't backing off from what he wanted just because it was complicated. The system, or maybe his own awakened ambition, spurred him to take life by the reins, even if it got messy. Dash 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 dash. Other matches, other victories. The day pressed on. Hinata faced Neji in an unsettlingly brutal match that left the shy girl gravely injured. Naruto clenched his fists, scowling at Neji's disdainful remarks. He wanted to leap down and wipe that smirk off Neji's face. But rules forced him to wait. Only the proctor's call could let him intervene. In any case, Hinata was too severely wounded to continue, and the medics whisked her away. Naruto made a silent promise that if he got the chance, he would make Neji eat those words. He also saw glimpses of the other village's talents. Kankuro's puppet techniques, Temari's wind attacks, and Gaara's chilling sand manipulations. Each one seemed formidable. Yet Naruto's competitive spirit roared. I can take them. I have to. The system's promise of leveling up, of obtaining unstoppable might, fueled him. At last, after a grueling series of battles, the scoreboard glowed again. Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. A grin split Naruto's face. Finally, he shot a glance at Kiba, who stood across the balcony with his partner Akamaru perched on his shoulder. Kiba smirked confidently. Hey, I was hoping I'd get you, Naruto, he taunted. About time I prove I'm on top in our old academy rivalry. Naruto leaned against the rail, arching an eyebrow. You're welcome to try, dog breath. Kiba bristled. You? Proctor Hayate cleared his throat, gesturing them down to the arena. Fighters, come down. Everyone else, please remain on the balcony. Excitement pounded in Naruto's veins. He caught Sasuke's eye for a second. The Uchiha gave him a curt nod, expression unreadable. Don't lose, that look seemed to say. Sakura was still unconscious from her match, so she wouldn't witness this. Part of Naruto regretted that. He wanted her to see him shine. Still, he found himself scanning the balcony for other watchers, particularly Ino, who was being tended by medics on the far side. She was awake now, somewhat backed for a split second. She offered a small grin of encouragement before wincing at her sore lip. Naruto's heart kicked at that gesture, and he nodded in return. Then he vaulted over the rail, dropping gracefully to the floor. The second his sandals touched the ground, Naruto felt an indescribable thrumming. The system recognized a formal duel. A quest to prove himself. He inhaled, letting that surge empower him. Kiba hopped down, Akamaru following, tail wagging excitedly as if it sensed the tension. This should be quick, Kiba said, cracking his knuckles. We both know I can beat you in pure taijutsu. Naruto chuckled. You're in for a surprise. I'm not the same Naruto you remember. Hayate raised a hand. Begin. Naruto versus Kiba. A clash of former rivals. Kiba shot forward, lightning quick, leading with a sweeping punch aimed at Naruto's jaw. Naruto blocked easily, though he felt the impact reverberate through his arm. Kiba was physically strong. Akamaru barked, circling around to flank Naruto. In a swirl of chakra, Kiba launched into the four legs technique, nails lengthening, and canine-like features more pronounced. Naruto decided to test himself. He didn't lunge for an immediate kill shot. Instead, he matched Kiba blow for blow in a series of taijutsu exchanges. Punch, block, knee, dodge. The crowd above murmured at Naruto's surprising agility. Once upon a time, he would have struggled to keep up with Kiba's speed. Now, it felt almost easy. The system's physical boost is no joke, Naruto thought, smirking as he sidestepped another lunge. He was barely tapping into his shadows. Instead, he let his improved reflexes do the talking. Kiba ground his teeth. Don't get cocky, Naruto. He leapt back, swirling chakra around his body and calling Akamaru to his side. We'll end this quick, fang over fang. The pair transformed, whirling into twin spinning drills of chakra and fur, whistling through the air at terrifying velocity. The attack aimed straight for Naruto's torso. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He slid into a half-crouch, focusing on the strange link he had with the system. A faint black aura flickered around him, so subtle that only the most perceptive might notice. He raised both arms. Block or dodge? The old Naruto would likely panic or create a swarm of shadow clones. But something told him to test his raw strength. He exhaled, pouring chakra into his limbs. The spinning forms slammed into him. For a moment, the collision was deafening. Naruto's feet slid across the floor, arms braced. Pain flared in his muscles. Kiba and Akamaru crashed forward, trying to tear through his defense. But Naruto gritted his teeth, refusing to budge. Then, with a shouted effort, Naruto shoved back, hurling Kiba and Akamaru apart. They tumbled across the arena, jaws slack in disbelief. The crowd erupted in murmurs. How the— Kiba sprang up, breathing hard. Akamaru yipped in confusion. The dog reverted partially from its transformation, shaken. That's insane. There's no way you got that strong, Naruto. Naruto rolled his shoulders, letting the ache settle. He could feel bruises forming, but his adrenaline soared. He's no pushover, but I can overpower him. A flicker of the system's interface teased his vision. Quest alert. Overwhelm your opponent with shadow extraction for a bonus reward? Why, N? His stomach twisted. He remembered how he'd extracted a shadow from that Kunoichi in the forest. Doing the same to Kiba, an old rival and fellow Konoha ninja, felt morally questionable. He's not a mortal enemy. I shouldn't just grab his shadow. Then again, the system offered a bonus. The thirst for power tugged at him. Yet he decided, for now, to hold back. He wouldn't exploit the skill like that against a comrade, unless it was life or death. Kiba charged again, fists flying. This time, Naruto answered with a lightning-fast punch to Kiba's gut, doubling him over. An elbow strike to the back knocked him off balance. Akamaru leapt, trying to nip Naruto's leg. Naruto pivoted, catching the dog carefully. He didn't want to seriously injure Akamaru, and tossing it aside. The match was quickly becoming one-sided. Anxious energy crackled from the balcony as the watching genin realized Naruto was dominating. Kiba skidded, panting. Blood trickled from his mouth. He tried another combination with fang over fang, but Naruto predicted it, weaving away in a swirl of speed. With each miss, Kiba's frustration grew. Damn it, Naruto, how are you? Naruto smirked, stepping in with a final, decisive blow. A palm thrust loaded with chakra. It slammed into Kiba's chest. Kiba's eyes went wide, breath punching out of his lungs. He collapsed to his knees, coughing. Akamaru whined and tried to scramble forward protectively, but the dog was also battered. Hayate, seeing no fight left, raised his hand. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Relief and excitement flooded Naruto's veins. He lowered his arm, exhaling. The system interface flickered. Quest complete. Win preliminary match. Express gained. Shadow extraction. Synergy is partially unlocked. Naruto suppressed a grin. He felt a subtle shift within him, a sense that the shadow extraction skill had evolved, although not fully. Perhaps using it on Kiba would have triggered something more. Still, he was satisfied. He stepped back as medics rushed to tend Kiba and Akamaru. The crowd above was abuzz. Some looked odd, others unsettled by Naruto's casual show of strength. Among them, he noticed many kunoichi exchanging glances, speculation in their eyes. He caught Tenten studying him with a curious tilt of her head. Tamari, the Suna kunoichi, frowned warily. And from the far corner, Gaara's cold stare pressed like a weight. Naruto met that gaze head-on, refusing to yield. Something in Gaara's eyes said monster recognizes monster. Naruto just smirked, turning away. Dash 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 dash. After the prelims, a new challenge one by one, more matches wrapped up. At last, the exhausted participants stood at attention while the third Hokage congratulated those who had advanced. They'd move on to the final stage of the Chunin exams. A 1-month training break to prepare for the final battles. Naruto's name was on the board, along with Sasuke, Gaara, Neji, Shino, Tamari, Kankuro, and Shikamaru. 8 finalists in total. Naruto bristled with excitement at the mention of the final stage. A month to train, perfect. He wanted to push the system to its next level and figure out exactly what Shadow Monarch meant. Even the mention of it in his interface gave him goosebumps. Yet as the debrief ended and various sensei guided their students away, Naruto felt a gentle hand on his arm. He turned, seeing a partially bandaged Ino staring up at him. "Hey, congrats," she said, voice a bit subdued from the pain of her match. A bruise marred her cheek, but her eyes carried that familiar spark. "You were incredible out there." Naruto shrugged, letting a small grin slip. Thanks. Shame you and Sakura knocked each other out. I was kinda hoping to see you both in the finals. She rolled her eyes but smirked. Yeah. Next time I'll crush forehead, and maybe I'll show you what I'm really capable of, tough guy. He raised an eyebrow playfully. I'll be waiting. A brief hush settled between them. The distant bustle of medics and other genin seemed to fade. Then Ino stepped closer, lowering her voice. Naruto, about that kiss. His pulse jumped. He remembered the hallway, her lips on his, that electric rush. In the chaos, they hadn't truly talked about it, especially with Sakura in the picture. Now, tension flickered. Her gaze lingered on his face. He reached out gently, brushing her hair. She pressed her lips together. You know it wasn't just a random thing, right? I don't know exactly what's going on with you, but you're different. And, maybe I like it. But it's complicated, especially with Sakura.
Naruto's expression softened, though the boldness inside him urged him not to apologize. Look, I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not playing games. But I'm done holding back. We're shinobi. We can die tomorrow, so if I want something, I'll go for it.
She flushed, glancing away. The weight of their unspoken feelings hung in the air. You're right. We never know when it'll be the last day. Then, with a defiant tilt to her chin, she leaned up, pressing her lips softly against Naruto's. This time it was slower, more careful than the first impulsive clash. He responded in kind, savoring the heat of that moment. For a few heartbeats, the battered arena and all their complicated rivalries disappeared. When they drew back, her cheeks were pink. She let out a breathless laugh. All right, fine. Let's see where this goes, tough guy. Just, don't be mad if Sakura tries to kill me. Naruto smirked. I won't let that happen. Still, a part of him realized this was just the tip of the iceberg. Sakura, Ino, and who knew who else he might attract now that his confidence was skyrocketing. The notion sent a rush through him, equal parts excitement and apprehension. He couldn't deny he liked it. A shout interrupted them. Ino. We need to check your bandages, a medic called from across the hall. Ino sighed, giving Naruto a parting wink. We'll talk later. She jogged off, leaving him alone with a swirl of thoughts. I guess I really am a changed man. He half grinned, heading up the stairs to rejoin his team. Dash 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 dash. Team 7 briefs with Kakashi later. Team 7 met in a quieter corner of the tower. Sasuke was leaning against a wall, arms folded, as Kakashi gave them a quick check-in. Sakura was present now too, though still tired from her fight. She eyed Naruto with a new sort of curiosity, especially after seeing him demolish Kiba. She seemed on the verge of asking questions she didn't dare voice in front of Sasuke. Kakashi's gaze lingered on Naruto for a beat longer than usual. First off, good job passing the prelims, Naruto. Your progress is impressive. Naruto kept his face neutral, though he felt an odd tension. The last time Kakashi praised him, it was more paternal or encouraging. Now, Kakashi's expression held a note of guarded curiosity. Probably senses something off, Naruto mused. Kakashi continued, I'll be training Sasuke personally for the month. Sakura, we'll find you another specialized trainer to improve your chakra control and medical ninjutsu. As for you, Naruto. He paused, measuring his words. I've arranged for you to train with someone else. Someone who can help you handle that large chakra pool of yours. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto blinked. Jiraiya, the pervy sage? He'd only heard a few rumors about the legendary Sannin who sometimes lurked around the village. But if Kakashi recommended him, it must mean Jiraiya was strong. Kakashi nodded. He's known for his toad summons and vast ninjutsu knowledge. He can help you refine your chakra usage, as well as keep an eye on any strange anomalies you might have. The Jonin's eye twitched, clearly implying he suspected there was more to Naruto's power. Naruto's stomach flipped. Guess I'll have to be careful about the system around him. Out loud, he said, fine by me. I'm ready for anything. Sasuke huffed. Just don't fall behind. I plan on winning the finals. A smirk curled Naruto's mouth. We'll see who's left standing. Their gazes clashed, not quite hostile but riddled with tension.
Sakura tried to break the mood, stepping between them. Let's all do our best. We're Team 7, remember?
Naruto gave her a nod. He still felt a pang of fondness for Sakura, especially after all they'd been through. But is it still enough, with everything else happening? Kakashi ended with a clap of his hands. All right, get some rest. The month of training starts tomorrow. Don't waste any time. They dispersed, Sasuke heading off in his typical brooding style. Sakura lingered for a moment, glancing at Naruto. Hey, I saw your fight. Kiba was no match for you. Her tone was hesitant, as if uncertain how to address this new dynamic. Naruto shrugged, forcing an easy grin. I got stronger, that's all. I can't stay the Dobi forever, right? She fiddled with her sleeves. No, I guess not. I'm glad you're okay. And I really appreciate what you did in the forest. You saved me, Naruto. He softened. I'd do it again. Then, emboldened, he leaned down and brushed a light, teasing kiss against her cheek. The contact startled her, eyes going wide, cheeks flaming pink. You worry too much, he whispered. Her breath caught. For a moment, she didn't pull away. That stunned expression seemed to war with a tiny flicker of reciprocation. Then she half stammered, Naruto, we. She seemed lost for words. Naruto stepped back, giving her a roguish wink. See you around, Sakura. With that, he walked off, leaving her behind, blinking in confusion and a swirl of unspoken questions. A current of satisfaction pulsed through him. He wasn't playing the role of the underdog anymore. Dash 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 dash. The next morning, meeting Jiraiya sunlight washed across Konoha's training fields. Naruto arrived at the designated spot, near a river that wound through thick woods. He carried a small bag with extra clothes and supplies, ready for a rigorous training month. As he approached, he saw a tall white-haired man perched on a rock, flipping through a familiar orange book. Naruto recognized him immediately as Jiraiya, the toad sage rumored to be, well, a notorious pervert. Oi! Naruto called. You're the pervy sage, right? Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. You shouldn't call me that, kid. I'm the great toad sage, Jiraiya. Show some respect. He hopped down with surprising agility, stashing the book away. So you're Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi told me you're quite the handful. Naruto folded his arms. I'm ready to train. Heard you could help me get stronger. Jiraiya smirked. Full of confidence, huh? We'll see how you handle real training. Also, Kakashi mentioned you've got a lot of chakra, not just from the 9 tails. Something else, right? Naruto's pulse skipped. I guess you could say that. He wasn't about to tell Jiraiya about the system. Not yet. Let's just say I have hidden potential. Sure. Jiraiya eyed him. We'll start with something basic. Summoning jutsu. This technique could save your life in the finals. And maybe I'll see what else you can do. Let's get to it. They spent the morning practicing chakra exercises by the river. Naruto tried signing the summoning contract with the toads. At first, it was a comical mess. He ended up summoning small, useless tadpoles. Jiraiya scolded him, calling him a rookie. But Naruto felt the system hum in the back of his mind, analyzing the summoning technique. He tried again, focusing on channeling his chakra properly. For a moment, he sensed the swirl of black aura intermingling with his normal chakra, plus the faint ember of Kurama's presence. The explosion of smoke was bigger this time, still not perfect, but a step forward. By midday, Naruto collapsed on the grass, panting. Jiraiya chuckled. Not half bad, you catch on quick. Next time we'll push further. Then the Sanin's eyes flicked to Naruto's battered jacket. But I can tell you things off about your chakra flow. If you don't trust me enough to talk, fine. But if it's dangerous, we need to handle it before it gets out of control. Naruto scowled, looking aside. I can handle myself. Jiraiya snorted. Famous last words. A moment later, he rummaged in his pack. Anyway, let's move on to bigger tasks. I'll teach you a more advanced method for controlling the Nine Tails chakra. That's your real trump card. He paused, giving Naruto a measured look. Unless you have something that's more powerful? Naruto's pulse quickened. He's onto me. He forced a shrug. Not exactly. The Fox chakra is enough of a handful. Right, Jiraiya said, unconvinced, but let it drop. We'll see about that. Come on, get up. We've got a month, and I don't intend to waste it. Dash 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 dash. Training with a twist. Shadow Dungeons. 2 weeks into training, Naruto awoke early, chest heaving from a recurring dream. In that dream, he stood before a massive black gate, roiling with dark energy. A voice beckoned him, calling him Shadow Monarch. Each night, the same voice repeated the phrase. You are the heir of shadows. Claim your rightful power. He couldn't ignore it anymore. After he and Jiraiya parted ways for a short break, Jiraiya apparently had research to do, which Naruto assumed meant peeping on bathhouses. Naruto decided to experiment. In a secluded grove near the training grounds, he allowed the system interface to appear. Daily Quest. Enter Shadow Dungeon. YN. This new prompt had begun showing up since the prelims. Each time he ignored it, it reappeared at dawn. Now, curiosity overcame him. He tapped, yes. Instantly, a swirling black portal coalesced among the trees, large enough to walk through. He sensed no immediate threat, but the eerie aura made his hair stand on end. Naruto swallowed. Is it safe? No risk, no reward, let's do this. He stepped through. Darkness enveloped him, and then he blinked, finding himself in a warped version of the forest. The sky above was pitch black, with no stars. The trees looked gnarled, branches twisting like claws. Everything smelled stale, like old grave dirt. An echoing hush pressed against his ears. Welcome to the Shadow Dungeon. Goal: clear all enemies. Reward: failure, death. Naruto's nerves buzzed. Then, faint rustling from the underbrush. Shadowy figures emerged. Humanoid shapes with glowing red eyes. They moved in jerky steps, moaning softly. Zombies. He made a face. Just when I think this can't get weirder. No time for hesitation. He engaged them in a swift barrage of punches and kicks. They disintegrated into black motes upon defeat, leaving behind flickers of energy that the system absorbed. Naruto felt a small surge in his stats each time. The deeper he ventured, the more undead creatures lurched out. He practiced weaving in shadow extraction. Though these undead didn't produce personal soldiers, they disintegrated upon defeat. Still, each kill enhanced his sense of command over the shadows, a subtle synergy unlocking within him. At the center of this warped forest clearing, a colossal undead beast roared. A monstrous bear with half-decayed fur, eyes glowing crimson. Its size dwarfed anything Naruto had fought alone before. He steadied his breath. Time to see how strong I become. Forming a quick seal, he summoned 5 shadow clones. Each clone felt sharper, more potent than normal. They engaged the bear in a flanking formation. Naruto leapt onto a branch overhead, charging a Rasengan in his palm. One of the advanced techniques Jiraiya had begun to teach him. With a defiant yell, he dropped from above, slamming the swirling sphere of chakra into the bear's skull. The impact blasted the creature's head apart in a spray of dark energy. The beast collapsed, dissolving into black motes that swirled around Naruto. He inhaled sharply, feeling them integrate into his body, as if fueling his shadow powers. Shadow Dungeon cleared. Express gained. Stats increased. +2 all stats. New skill. Shadow Merge, passive, allows partial concealment in darkness. Naruto's mind reeled. He felt a subtle shift in his vision, as though darkness became more comfortable, more like an extension of himself. He clenched and unclenched his fists, testing the new sensation. The difference was real. He could almost slip into the shadows around him, though not fully intangible. Incredible. It's like I'm leveling up in a video game. He left the dungeon through a swirling portal that appeared after his victory. Back in the real forest, he staggered a moment, drained from the intensity. But satisfaction thrummed in his chest. In just an hour, he'd gained more growth than weeks of normal training might yield. Jiraiya was waiting on a stump near the clearing, arms crossed. Naruto's heart jolted. How long has he been here? The sage frowned. You vanish for half an hour, then reappear out of thin air with your clothes scuffed, smelling like death. Mind telling me what you were doing? Naruto wiped sweat from his brow. Extra training. A new jutsu that warps space? It was a half-truth.
Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. You're meddling with something dangerous, kid. I sense some dark chakra on you, different from the Nine Tails. If you can't control it, it'll destroy you.
Naruto's jaw clenched. I can control it. Fine, but if it ever starts controlling you, I'll put a stop to it. Jiraiya's tone turned grave, the unspoken threat clear. Then he sighed, running a hand through his wild hair. Listen, maybe I'm being paranoid, but I've lived too long not to notice when a power skews toward darkness. Just keep your head, all right? Naruto forced a nod. Got it, old man. Yet inside, he refused to give up the system. It was his path to surpassing everyone else, fulfilling his dreams, and unlocking a future he never thought possible. He'd keep it hidden as long as necessary. Dash 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 dash.
Short interlude. Harem encounters. As the month wore on, Naruto dove into a punishing routine. Morning shadow dungeons, midday summoning practice with Jiraiya, and evening chakra control exercises. In parallel, he found his personal life taking unexpected turns, almost comedic in how many kunoichi were suddenly noticing him.
One afternoon, heading back from training, he passed by Tenten practicing in an open field. She was hurling kunai and shuriken at targets, each projectile zipping with pinpoint accuracy. He paused, admiring the skill. She noticed him, exhaling. Naruto, right? Heard you trashed Kiba in the prelims. He grinned. Yeah, guess I did. She tossed another blade, hitting dead center. Not bad, but there's more to fighting than raw power. I'm training so I can beat Temari in the finals, if we get matched again. Naruto nodded. Smart, she's got crazy wind jutsu. Tenten turned, folding her arms. You look different from how I remember you at the academy exams. More, I dunno, confident. Naruto shrugged. I've been working hard. A sly grin tugged at his lips. I could spar with you if you want a challenge. She chuckled. You sure you're up for it? I don't go easy with weapons. He spread his arms. Hit me with your best shot. Minutes later, they danced across the field in a flurry of steel. Tenten launched a barrage of weapons from a scroll. Naruto countered with clones and agile dodges, letting a few close calls zip past. Despite not fully unleashing the system's powers, he found himself comfortably outmaneuvering Tenten. Yet she was no slouch, and her technique was refined. She also displayed impressive grace, her brow furrowed in focus. A flicker of admiration stirred in Naruto, feeling about a girl who excelled with lethal precision. Eventually, they paused, panting. Tenten frowned. You held back. Naruto smirked. Maybe I did. She sheathed a kunai, stepping closer. Why? He met her gaze without flinching. I didn't want to hurt you. She gave a wry laugh. Cocky much. But there was no real anger in her tone. Instead, curiosity lingered. Her eyes flicked over him, noticing his toned arms, the confidence in his stance. You're not the same dopey kid who used to draw on his Hokage faces. Something happened. Naruto winked. I'm allowed to grow up, right? She paused, lips quirking. Yeah, you are. Then, her expression softened. You know, I've got a break in my training in a couple days. Maybe we can spar again, or do something else. Something less weapon-filled. Naruto's mind flashed with possibilities. I'd like that, he said, stepping in. She didn't back away, her cheeks warming slightly. The tension in the air turned more charged. Before either could overthink it, he closed the distance, lightly pressing a kiss to her lips, testing, questioning. Tenten froze for a heartbeat, then exhaled softly, responding with a brief but sincere kiss back. It was new territory for both of them. She pulled away, eyes shining with surprise. What was that for? He gave a half laugh. Guess I'm just feeling bold. She shook her head, but a smile played on her lips. You're incorrigible, fine. Let's see where it goes. They parted with an undercurrent of excitement. Naruto chuckled to himself as he headed off. Another connection made, another spark ignited. A small voice in the back of his head warned him that juggling multiple interests could be a disaster. But the presence of the system, the knowledge that his life was a step away from mortal danger every day, emboldened him to seize the moment. He refused to feel guilty about living on his own terms. Dash 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 dash. An unexpected attack. Week 3 of training. Naruto found a lull in his schedule when Jiraiya left for an urgent mission. Naruto used the free afternoon to attempt another shadow dungeon. It was going smoothly. He faced a new wave of undead, including some zombie shinobi with rudimentary jutsu. He dispatched them with relative ease, feeling stronger each time. The synergy with shadow extraction had grown. He could create small ephemeral soldiers from these dungeon foes, though they lacked individuality. After clearing the area, he hovered near the exit portal. But abruptly, the darkness warped, and a chilling presence descended. A new figure emerged. Not an undead beast, but a tall, robed creature with glowing red eyes and a swirling staff. The system rarely gave Naruto intel on boss-level enemies in mid-fight, but he sensed danger. The creature raised its staff, conjuring a wave of black flames. Naruto backflipped, letting the flames sear the ground. This is new, some kind of mid-level boss. He formed a Rasengan, charging forward. The robed figure vanished, reappearing behind him in an instant. A jolt of black lightning raked across Naruto's back, igniting white-hot pain. He stumbled, eyes watering. Fast. The creature advanced silently. Naruto grimaced, forcing the swirling orb of chakra forward. The Rasengan slammed into the being's torso, ripping away part of its cloak. Beneath, its body was made of pulsating shadows. It hissed, lashing out with more black fire. Naruto conjured 2 clones to intercept, but they evaporated under the dark blaze. Pain flared across Naruto's arms as a tendril of shadow seared his flesh. He bit back a scream, focusing on the system's presence in his mind. If I can't beat this thing, I die here. The interface flickered. Emergency quest. Eliminate the Shadow Priest. If you cannot defeat it, forcibly exit or face termination.
Naruto grit his teeth. I'm not running. Summoning every ounce of chakra, he let Kurama's presence seep into his limbs. Red energy crackled around him, merging with the faint black aura of the system. He dashed forward in a blur of speed, ignoring the scorching agony in his body. The robed creature hurled another torrent of black flames, but Naruto dodged sideways, letting the Kyuubi's chakra intensify his movements. With a guttural roar, he slammed a shadow-infused punch into the creature's chest. At the same time, he unleashed a barrage of shadow clones from behind, each armed with mini Rasengans.
The combined assault tore through the robed figure, black fragments scattering like shards of glass. It let out a shriek that made Naruto's bones vibrate. The final blow shattered its form, and the shadows collapsed. Naruto sank to one knee, panting. Pain still throbbed where the black lightning had struck. The system glowed in his vision. Boss defeated. XP gained, substantial increase. Skill, Shadow Monarch's Grasp, partially unlocked. Trait, Shadow Priest's Vestige, acquired, mysterious effect TBA. He stared. Shadow Priest's Vestige. The text vanished too quickly for him to glean more details. But the sense of gloom receded, and a new portal opened, presumably leading him back. Naruto forced himself to stand, staggering out of the dungeon. Darkness faded. Real sunlight greeted him again. He dropped to the ground, chest heaving, sweat pouring. That had been a real brush with death, a reminder that the system's power wasn't all freebies. True growth demanded risk. He sensed movement behind him and shot upright, preparing for a fight. But it was only Tenten,
stepping out from behind a tree with wide eyes. Naruto, what the, were you just? She saw his burnt clothing and raw wounds. What happened to you? You look like you got in a fight with a fire jutsu user.
Naruto exhaled, letting tension seep away. I was messing with a new training technique. Got a little out of hand. She hurried over, rummaging in a small pouch. Here, I've got some salve. Let me. She began dabbing ointment on his burns, her touch surprisingly gentle. He winced. Sorry, she murmured. You're lucky I came by. You might have passed out alone. Naruto's heart pounded from the pain and something else, her concern, the feeling of her hands on him. He realized he was trembling more than he liked to admit. The fight with the Shadow Priest had rattled him. Tenten smoothed bandages over a wound, her brow creased with worry. You push yourself too far. What drives you to risk your life like that?
His breath hitched. I have to get stronger. I can't stand being weak anymore. If I'm not strong, I can't protect my friends, or the village. He paused, uncertain if he should share more. Instead, he reached up, cupping her cheek gently. Thanks for helping me, you didn't have to.
She swallowed. It's no big deal. Just don't do something so reckless without backup, okay? A crooked smile found his lips. I'll try. Impulsively, he leaned in, pressing a kiss to her temple, feeling her breath catch. This time, she didn't push him away. A faint blush colored her cheeks. She shifted uncomfortably but didn't move from his side. Naruto, you're so casual about stuff like this. He let out a soft laugh, though it came out pained. Well, life's short, right? And you're kinda cute when you fuss over me. Tenten rolled her eyes but smiled despite herself. Idiot, but, yeah, maybe you have a point. They lingered there, close, an unspoken current between them. Eventually, she helped him to his feet, and they left the clearing together, Tenten half supporting him while he tried to walk off the pain. In the back of Naruto's mind, a swirl of excitement and worry coexisted. He was forging deeper connections, fulfilling his desires, and unlocking incredible power. But that near-fatal fight with the robed entity warned him that greater threats lurked within the system's mid-level boss. What else existed? Dash 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 dash. A brush with Enko days later, Naruto had mostly recovered. His injuries from the Black Lightning still twinge, but he used a combination of normal medical treatments and his system's gradual regeneration to heal up. He was on an evening stroll through Konoha's quieter streets, pondering the upcoming final matches, when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Fancy seeing you out so late, Gaki. He turned to find Enko Midarashi, proctor from the Forest of Death, leaning against a lamppost, arms crossed. She wore her usual trench coat over mesh armor, that lazy smirk on her lips. Enko-sensei, Naruto greeted. He remembered her subtle warning about dark powers. She looked him up and down. Heard you beat Kiba. No surprise there. You look different, though, stronger. Naruto shrugged, not bothering to hide his confidence. What can I say? I train hard. She chuckled, pushing off the lamppost. Or you're tapping into something else. I can practically smell the dark chakra on you. Not quite the Kyuubi's brand, either. Naruto tensed. You're mistaken. She waved a dismissive hand. Kid, I'm a former apprentice of Orochimaru. I know forbidden vibes when I sense them. She leaned closer, breath ghosting near his ear. Don't worry, I'm not gonna turn you in or anything. I kinda like it when someone toys with danger. Just don't let it blow up in your face. Naruto's pulse kicked at her sudden closeness. Enko gave off a wild energy, a fierce unpredictability that both intrigued and unsettled him. He met her gaze. Thanks for the advice. Enko smirked. You're welcome. But maybe I should test your resolve. Care for a quick duel? She gestured to a dimly lit training field across the street. It's empty this time of night. Don't hold back, though. I want to see just how far you've come. A flicker of excitement danced along Naruto's spine. She's a Tokubetsu Jonin, definitely stronger than me under normal circumstances, but with the system, who knows? Sure, he said. Let's go. Within minutes, they faced each other under the moonlight in a small clearing. Crickets chirped in the grass. A breeze rustled leaves overhead. Anko unbuttoned her trench coat partially, revealing more of her mesh outfit. "Ready, brat?" Naruto nodded, falling into a ready stance. "Bring it." She launched forward in a blur. Naruto barely caught the motion. Her taijutsu skill was exceptional. He blocked her opening strike but felt a jolt of pain in his forearms. She was strong, faster than Kiba had been. He responded with a flurry of blows, testing her reflexes. She twisted gracefully, parrying each move. A smirk tugged at her lips. "Not bad. You really did power up." Naruto tried a feint and followed with a roundhouse kick, which she ducked beneath. She used his momentum to lock his leg, flipping him onto his back. He grunted, but quickly formed a shadow clone to flank her. She pivoted, skewering the clone with a kunai in a single fluid motion. Smoke billowed, then cleared. Pushing off the ground, Naruto dashed behind her. He felt the system's gentle push, encouraging him to use that shadow synergy. He tried partially merging with the gloom under a nearby tree, slipping around to her blind spot. Anko's eyes widened. "What the?" He capitalized, hooking an arm around her waist from behind. She hissed, elbowing him in the ribs. He let out a sharp breath but locked her in place. She twisted, chuckling even as she was pinned. "That's some sneaky technique you got." Her free hand came up, snaking behind his neck in a surprisingly intimate grip. "But you're still raw." Naruto realized her advantage too late. She formed a one-handed seal, and a burst of purple energy erupted around them. A mild electric shock that jolted him. He cursed, reflexively loosening his grip. She turned, grabbing his collar. He expected another blow, but she hesitated, looking him in the eyes. A wild grin split her face. "You're a daring one, Naruto Uzumaki. I can appreciate that." Then, in a move that shocked him, she tugged him forward, pressing her lips to his in a sudden, forceful kiss. The metallic tang of blood from a split lip, the faint sweetness of dango, her signature snack, rolled over his senses. He froze, heart hammering. She pulled away with a breathy laugh. "You're collecting kisses all over the village, aren't you?" He swallowed, adrenaline spiking. I. She snorted at his flustered look. "Don't act coy now. I've seen how you've been, socializing." She released him, stepping back. "I like a kid with confidence. Just remember, real power can be seductive. Be sure it's you doing the seducing, not the other way around." He tried to calm his racing heart. I'll keep that in mind." With a final predatory smirk, she turned away. "Good. If you survive the final stage, come find me. Maybe I'll show you some real fun." Then she vanished into the night, leaving Naruto standing there, pulse pounding, mind spinning. A part of him marveled at the experience. Another part felt uneasy. How many more times would people notice his dark power? That evening, as he returned to his small apartment, he couldn't help but wonder if this path he tread was inevitably leading him somewhere dangerous, or exhilarating beyond measure. Dash 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 dash. Finale build-up. The last few days' time flew by. The final stage of the Chunin exams drew close, set to take place in a massive arena. The village bustled with preparations. Visitors from many lands arrived to watch the spectacle, turning Konoha into a festival of commerce and anticipation. Naruto, fully immersed in Jiraiya's training, and his own shadow dungeons, felt the pressure and excitement mounting. He'd learned to harness more of Kurama's chakra for summoning and improved his Rasengan. Meanwhile, the system showed him the next rung. Shadow Monarch Tier 1. He was close to unlocking it fully if he continued to gain experience, particularly in real combat situations. The text teased a new form of shadow manipulation that went beyond simple extraction. In the final days, Naruto tested a new synergy in private, combining the Kyuubi's chakra with a mass of shadow soldiers. He raised the shadows from a few leftover corpses of animals, an admittedly grim test, near the practice field. The black silhouettes flickered with a red overlay of demonic energy. Their raw destructive power soared. I should be careful, he thought, chest tight with a mix of fear and fascination. But if I need to, I'll use this in the finals. On the eve of the exam, Naruto strolled through the village, absorbing the festival atmosphere. He'd told Jiraiya he needed one last walk to clear his head. The Sannin had just waved him off, busy scoping out women in a hot spring, apparently. Naruto shook his head, amused. That old perv. As he passed a bustling food stall, a familiar voice called his name. He turned to see Hinata, freshly recovered from her fight with Neji. She wore a gentle smile, though she seemed shy, fingers twisting together. Naruto-kun. Naruto's gaze softened. Hinata. Feeling better? She nodded, stepping closer. Yes, the medics said I can move around, though I won't be fighting in the finals. Her eyes flicked away, uncertain. I just wanted to wish you good luck. And, thank you for standing up for me. Back then, you looked so angry when Neji hurt me. Memories of that match flared in Naruto's mind, the disgust he felt at Neji's cruelty. I don't like seeing people pushed down like that, he admitted. I'll pay him back for what he did to you.
Hinata's cheeks coalesced so, determined. I admire that. A quiet moment passed, her gaze turning earnest. No matter what path you take, Naruto-kun, I believe in you. You never give up, right?
Naruto felt a pang of guilt and affection at once. Hinata had always been kind, always believed in him when no one else did. He stepped closer, putting a hand on her shoulder gently. I don't plan to give up, ever. Thanks, Hinata. The closeness made her blush deepen. She swallowed, eyes shining with timid hope. On an impulse, Naruto leaned in and kissed her cheek softly, much like he'd done with Sakura earlier. Hinata's entire face lit up pink. She squeaked in shock, nearly toppling over. En Naruto-kun. He smiled ruefully. Sorry, couldn't help it. A rush of warmth spread through him at how pure and genuine she was. Stay safe, all right. She nodded frantically, still covering her cheek with wide eyes. He gave her a light wave, then continued on his way, a swirl of emotions following him. Another bond, another moment that might complicate everything, but he didn't regret it. If anything, it felt right to share even a fraction of the positivity she'd shown him over the years. Dash 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 dash. Climax. The night before the finals late that night, Naruto found himself unable to sleep. He stood atop Konoha's Hokage monument, gazing across the moonlit village. The final stage was tomorrow, and he'd be facing Neji first. Then, if he won, he could go on to fight the likes of Gaara, Sasuke, or whoever advanced. His blood hummed at the prospect. But the system also churned. Shadow Monarch Tier 1 was at 90% completion, teased by the interface. One more real victory, and he might unlock it. A final notification blinked in his peripheral vision. Final stage quest. Defeat your opponent in the first round and overcome the Hyuga genius. Reward. 10k Express plus Tier 1 unlock. Failure. Minus 50% stats. The penalty made his stomach twist. But the idea of unlocking Tier 1 overshadowed that dread. He closed his eyes, imagining the darkness swirling within him. I'll fight with everything I've got. My shadow powers, my clones, the Kyuubi's chakra, anything. A grin spread across his face, the wind catching his hair. For a moment, the silhouette of the fourth Hokage's face behind him felt like an omen, or maybe a paternal presence. I won't fail. He turned to descend, bracing for the next day's trials. Dash 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 dash. Pav. Sasuke far away, on another training ground, Sasuke stood panting under the moonlight. Kakashi had pushed him to the limit with intense taijutsu and chakra control drills. Now, alone in a clearing, Sasuke recalled glimpses of Naruto's unstoppable force in the prelims. Anger and envy simmered. Naruto, how did he jump so far ahead? Sasuke clenched his fists, lightning crackling around them from the newly taught Chidori technique. I will surpass you, he murmured, voice trembling with a mix of determination and bitterness. I refuse to be left behind. He stabbed the Chidori into a nearby rock, shattering it into rubble. Sparks danced in the night. No matter what new powers you have, Naruto, I'll prove the Uchiha are stronger. His eyes burned with the memory of his clan's massacre, of his vow to kill Itachi. A swirl of dark ambition fueled him. He'd crush anything in his path, even if it meant outdoing Naruto's bizarre shadow abilities. The final stage would be the testing ground. Dash 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 dash. Pav. Others preparing Gaara sat atop the village wall, silent, the gourd of sand at his side. Thoughts of blood and the voice of Shukaku whispered in his mind. The presence of Naruto, another Jinchuriki, intrigued him. Maybe they were both monsters. Tomorrow, he'd see whose monster was stronger. Neji Hyuga trained alone at the Hyuga dojo, refining his gentle fist with an air of cold certainty. Fate guided his hand, he believed, and Naruto, born a failure, could never match him. Yet, a niggling doubt whispered that Naruto was no ordinary dropout. He crushed the doubt, focusing on perfecting the 64 palms technique he intended to use to humiliate Naruto. Tenten, in her family's home, rewrapped her weapons with fresh cloth, each blade shining. She caught herself smiling at the thought of Naruto, recalling their spar and the stolen kiss. Focus, she muttered, cheeks burning. I've got my own battles to fight. But a flutter of anticipation remained. Ino, bandages removed, paced in her room. She replayed the moment she and Naruto kissed after the prelims, her heart flipping. She worried about Sakura's reaction if and when she found out. But a fierce part of her refused to regret it. I'll fight for what I want, too. She prayed Naruto would crush Neji and show the world how strong he'd become. Sakura, restless, stared at her reflection in a mirror at home. She pressed a hand to her cheek, recalling Naruto's sudden, light kiss. It made her heart pound, but confusion swirled. She always believed she loved Sasuke, and yet, Naruto's unwavering protection in the forest and the new gravity in his gaze tugged at her. She sighed, shaking her head. Naruto, don't do anything stupid tomorrow, she whispered. Just win. Cliffhanger. Anticipation morning broke with a burst of golden light. Crowds poured into the grand arena. Banners waved, concession stands bustled. Dignitaries from other lands took VIP seats. The final stage of the Chunin exams was the highlight of the season, a spectacle combining skill, drama, and potential warfare. Unbeknownst to many, Orochimaru's hidden agenda lurked in the background, and the seeds of conflict were being sown. Naruto stood in the waiting area beneath the stadium seats. He heard the roar of the crowd above, each cheer echoing through the stone corridors. A swirl of excitement and nerves clenched in his gut. This is it. I'm up against Neji first. The system hovered in his consciousness, offering the promise of Tier 1 if he won. He wore a new outfit, freshly laundered orange pants with black highlights, a black undershirt and a short-sleeved jacket. A swirling leaf headband around his forehead. He flexed his hands, testing the harness of chakra in his arms. The memory of the Shadow Priest's lightning lingered, but his body felt stronger than ever. A proctor's voice echoed down the hall, summoning the first fighters. Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga, report to the arena. Naruto smiled to himself, stepping forward. Time to break fate, Neji. Time to show you what real power looks like. The dream of being Hokage flickered in his mind, but so did the image of the monstrous black gate from his dreams. His footsteps echoed, each step closer to unleashing the shadow within. He emerged onto the sunlit field to a thunderous ovation. Across the ring, Neji waited, pale eyes gleaming with contempt. Overhead, in the stands, Naruto glimpsed Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata, even Anko, and possibly others with interest in his success. And from the cage box, the third Hokage watched intently. I will not lose. Naruto exhaled, letting the chaotic swirl of the crowd fade into a single pulse of focus. The system glowed. Quest. Defeat Neji Hyuga. Reward. 10k Express plus Tier 1 unlock. Failure. -50% stats. Neji took his stance, tone dripping with scorn. Your fate is sealed, Naruto Uzumaki. You're destined to fail. Naruto's blood sang with defiance. Don't be so sure, Neji. I've carved my own path. And I'm about to carve Yant his knees, summoning the synergy of shadows coiling beneath the floor and the swirl of the Nine Tails chakra in his core. The proctor raised a hand. Begin, Naruto charged, fists blazing with determination, eyes fixed on Neji's scornful smirk. The finals had begun, and with them, the final steps toward unveiling the Shadow Monarch's true might. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Rising Tensions, the Harem Grows. Dash 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 dash.
A hush fell over the massive stadium, the stands packed with spectators from every corner of the shinobi world. Drums pounded in a steady rhythm, fueling the crowd's excitement. A single proctor, Genma Shiranui, stood at the center of the open arena, Senbon pinched casually between his teeth. The bright sun lit every corner of the circular field, illuminating the two opponents who faced off, Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. From above, in the cage box, the third Hokage observed the proceedings with a thoughtful gaze. Beside him, dignitaries from different nations watched with undisguised curiosity. Whispers hissed through the crowd. Many had heard rumors of Naruto's miraculous transformation. Others dismissed the talk, focusing instead on Neji's fearsome reputation within the Hyuga clan.
Neji wore an air of cool superiority, pale eyes scanning Naruto with calm disdain. You cannot escape fate, he said evenly. Your destiny is to remain a loser, no matter what tricks you think you have up your sleeve.
Naruto rolled his shoulders, letting that comment slide off. He felt a swirl of power, the Nine Tails chakra coiling in his core, and the distinct presence of the system. In the corner of his mind, the status windows hovered, challenging him to prove himself. His heart thundered. The penalty for failure, a crippling stat reduction. He refused to even entertain that outcome. Spare me the lecture, he said, voice steady. I've carved my own path, and I'm not about to stop now. Genma glanced between them. Ready, he raised his hand. Begin.
Dash 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 dash. Naruto versus Neji. A grudge match in the stands, tension spiked. Sakura leaned forward, clutching the railing. Ino, Tenten, and Hinata stood together, each anxious in her own way. Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, still sporting bandages, and the rest of the rookie genin looked on. Sasuke, standing apart, wore a half scowl, half smirk, as if curious to see just how strong Naruto had become.
Neji flicked his wrists, sliding into the gentle fist stance. Byakugan. Veins bulged around his eyes, granting him near 360-degree vision. He moved first, gliding across the field in a swift arc. With a flicker of movement, he appeared at Naruto's flank, jabbing for the tenketsu points that controlled chakra flow.
Naruto twisted aside, muscles fired by a blend of normal and shadow-infused reflexes. Close, he muttered, narrowly dodging a strike that would have left his right arm numb. Neji pressed the attack. In moments, the Hyuga prodigy was a blur of open palms and lethal precision. Each impact threatened to close Naruto's chakra pathways if it landed cleanly. Spectators watched, enthralled. A hush of black aura danced around Naruto's limbs, so faint that only a few, like Kakashi or Jiraiya, might notice. The system had given Naruto heightened speed and reaction time. Even so, Neji wasn't easy to handle. He was a natural genius, and his Byakugan's insight let him anticipate Naruto's moves. More than once, Neji's palm grazed Naruto, searing a nerve cluster with crippling accuracy. The crowd flinched each time. Blood pounded in Naruto's ears. If I keep playing defense, I'll lose. He hopped back, forming a one-handed seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen clones erupted around him, each brandishing a determined glare. The audience let out a cheer. Naruto's signature move. But these clones glimmered oddly. Each carried a hint of that dark aura. They weren't ordinary illusions. They felt more solid, more lethal. Neji stood firm, a small sneer on his lips. Clones won't change your fate.
He whirled, unleashing a rotating wave of chakra, Kaden, the Hyuga clan's secret technique. The swirling dome of energy expanded, shredding Naruto's clones in an explosion of smoke. But at the last instant, the real Naruto slipped beneath the dome's widest arc, sliding along the dirt. He sprang up behind Neji, driving a chakra-charged fist toward the blind spot. In a heartbeat, Neji spun, blocking with a palm. Naruto's strike landed, but partially deflected. A clash of raw power versus refined technique reverberated across the stadium. Dust flew. The crowd murmured in shock at Naruto's near success. Even Sasuke's eyes narrowed, impressed.
Neji ground his teeth, forced to retreat a step. A trickle of blood dripped from his lip. That won't happen again. He slid backward, forcibly calming his breath. This is no ordinary chakra, and those clones are stronger than normal. Despite his bravado, he felt a stir of unease. Your eyes aren't open, Naruto. You can't see the bigger picture. I see your entire chakra network. I can close every last tenketsu. Naruto smirked, ignoring the dull burn in his left side. He'd taken a partial blow to the ribs earlier. You do that, I'll just break him open again. He rushed forward, weaving through the battered ground. Neji met him, palm strikes whistling. Naruto ducked and hammered a punch into Neji's side. Neji pivoted, delivering a punishing jab to Naruto's shoulder. Both reeled, exchanging more strikes that left bruises and welts. In the stands, Tenten clenched her fists. Neji's not holding back, she whispered. She knew her teammate's skill. Her gaze shifted to Naruto. But Naruto, he's fighting with insane tenacity. Beside her, Hinata watched with wide eyes. She recalled that vow Naruto made, to defeat Neji for hurting her. That promise burned in his stance. Ino, arms folded, chewed her lip. Come on, Naruto. Prove him wrong. Sakura said nothing, just stared, heart pounding. Each blow landed felt like it echoed in her own chest. Down in the arena, Naruto felt a wave of dizziness. Neji had managed to strike several key chakra points in his right arm. If Naruto didn't do something drastic, he'd be crippled soon. Time for Plan B. The system interface pulsed at the edge of his consciousness. Combat quest ongoing. Defeat Neji Hyuga, Shadow Monarch Tier 1 to 95% completion. Naruto exhaled, letting just a sliver of Kurama's red chakra seep out. Crimson energy flared around him. The stadium gasped. The Nine Tails aura flickered, merging with the shadow tinge. His veins vibrated with raw might. He lunged, adopting a savage speed that caught Neji off guard. A flurry of strikes hammered Neji's defenses. He blocked, but the force drove him back. Fine cracks formed in the ground. At last, Naruto whipped around with a crushing roundhouse kick. Neji brought up both arms to absorb the impact, sliding nearly 10 meters from the blow. Dust clouded the air. The stadium was silent, mesmerized. Neji huffed, chest heaving. So, you rely on the demon fox's power after all. Just as you rely on illusions of grandeur, fake strength, fighting against the Hyuga destiny. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He recalled Hinata's battered form after her fight with Neji, the heartbreak in her expression. A surge of anger kicked through him. You talk too much, he growled. People aren't born losers or winners. We make our own way. With that, he formed the Rasengan in his right hand, miniature swirling chakra. Jiraiya had hammered him on how to refine it. Now was his chance to put it to use. The swirling orb whistled, a sharp hum that sent adrenaline coursing through the watchers. Neji recognized the danger. He brashed Kaden again. Naruto dashed forward, Rasengan blazing. The rotating dome of Hyuga chakra collided with his swirling sphere, creating a shockwave that rattled spectators in their seats. For an instant, the two energies warred, swirling violently in the center of the ring. A heartbeat later, the Kaden wavered, cracks forming in the chakra shield. Neji gasped in disbelief. Impossible. The Rasengan punctured through. Blue-white light erupted. Neji was flung backward like a rag doll, skidding across the dirt and slamming into the stadium wall. Silence crashed over the stands, broken only by the faint crackle of dissipating chakra. Naruto stood, breath ragged, arms stinging from recoil. Dust slowly settled. Across the arena, Neji slumped to his knees, gaze unfocused. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs trembled. Blood trickled from his mouth. His Byakugan receded, eyes wide with shock and a glimmer of respect. Genma stepped forward, assessing the battered Hyuga. Neji couldn't rise. He signaled, "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki." The crowd erupted in cheers. Some shouted in astonishment, others in celebration. Naruto swayed on his feet, relief coursing through him. Inside his mind, the system chimed. Quest complete. Defeat Neji Hyuga. You have gained 10,000 Express, Shadow Monarch Tier 1 foot unlocked. A rush of power surged through Naruto's veins, nearly knocking him off balance. So, this is it. He staggered, forcing himself to remain upright. He had to keep it together. No one else could see the ghostly black interface swirling around him. But every nerve sang as a new dimension of shadow mastery unfurled. Neji coughed, forcing his gaze upward. Naruto walked closer, not quite steady. For a moment, they looked each other in the eye. Then Neji lowered his head in a small nod of acknowledgement. "I see you truly defy fate," he managed. "I was blind." Naruto exhaled, offering a hand. "It's not over for you, either. You can change. We all can." He helped Neji to his feet, supporting him until medics arrived. A faint spark of respect passed between them, a glimmer of fresh understanding. Then the medics led Neji away. Naruto let them treat his own bruises, though he insisted he could handle minor injuries himself. Sakura and Ino practically vaulted over the barrier, running toward him. Tenten and Hinata weren't far behind. The proctors barked warnings, but the four girls converged, anxiety giving way to relief. In the stands, a handful of older shinobi smirked or shook their heads at the sight of multiple kunoichi swarming Naruto. Ino reached him first, capturing his face between her hands. "You did it, you incredible idiot," she exclaimed, voice cracking with relief. She leaned in, pressing a swift kiss to his sweat-streaked forehead. "I was so worried." Sakura hovered behind, half expecting to scold him for taking such risks, but the words caught in her throat. Instead, she ended up grabbing Naruto's wrist. "Idiot, you almost gave me a heart attack." Her voice wavered, betraying how shaken she was. Tenten, for her part, heaved a sigh of respect, glancing at the still shivering Neji on the medic's stretcher. Naruto actually took him down. Hinata hung back, hands clasped. Her eyes gleamed with gratitude for his victory. Naruto caught her gaze and offered a small grin. She smiled back, a quiet acknowledgement passing between them. Proctor Genma cleared his throat. "Ladies, the next match is about to start. Give Naruto a little breathing room." Sakura and Ino mumbled apologies, stepping aside to let the medics do their job. Naruto waved them off, though, and accepted only minimal first aid. He wasn't badly hurt, just spent. As he walked toward the waiting area, the next match was announced. Gaara vs Sasuke Uchiha. That alone was enough to make the crowd thunder in excitement. Naruto found a quiet spot by the wall, leaning against it and letting the shadows from the stadium architecture cloak him. His body hummed, both from the leftover adrenaline and the new system upgrade. Tier 1, he closed his eyes, focusing inward. The interface responded with a swirl of black text. Shadow Monarch Tier 1. Domain of the Shadow Lord, Minor. You can partially manipulate the battlefield's shadows to aid your combat. Summon the Shadow Army with increased efficiency. Additional abilities locked until further criteria are met. A thrill coursed through him. So, I can do more than just raise shadows from corpses or conjure them in dungeons. I can manipulate ambient shadows now. He pictured saturating an entire arena with darkness, illusions, and intangible soldiers. That's insane. But at the same time, a sliver of unease gnawed at him. What if these powers drew suspicion from the village, or lured something worse? He shoved the doubt down. For now, winning the final stage and protecting the village took priority, and part of him couldn't deny the rush, the addictive lure of unstoppable power. Dash 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 dash. Pov. Sasuke. The GAARA match cheers erupted anew as Sasuke descended into the arena, black Uchiha attire flapping in the breeze. Opposite him, Gaara stood motionless, arms folded over his gourd. The red-haired Suna shinobi's face betrayed no emotion, just eerie calm. Sand trickled at his feet, shifting restlessly. High above, Naruto observed from the stands now. He'd recovered enough to climb the steps, ignoring the occasional jolt of pain. He wanted a front-row seat for Sasuke's fight. The tension between them crackled. Sasuke had always been a step ahead, but that dynamic was shifting. Kakashi hovered near the railing. "Watch carefully," he murmured to Naruto. "Sasuke's come a long way in a short time too." Naruto nodded, arms crossed. "I won't underestimate him."
Down on the field, Genma signaled. "Begin." Gaara's sand hissed outward, forming a swirling barrier around him. Sasuke dashed in, Sharingan spinning, a blur of black. The crowd gasped at his speed, clearly the result of intense training. He tested Gaara's defenses with rapid taijutsu, each strike deflected by living sand. Suna watchers whispered about Gaara's absolute defense, confident Sasuke couldn't get through. But then lightning flickered around Sasuke's right hand. The distinctive chirping of 1,000 birds split the air. Chidori. A hush fell. Even Naruto felt a strange pang. Part awe, part rivalry. That's Kakashi's signature technique. So Sasuke mastered it, too. Sasuke lunged, driving the crackling Chidori into Gaara's swirling sand shield. An ear-splitting screech tore the air, sparks flying. For a moment, the unstoppable sand parted, revealing Gaara's wide, disturbed eyes. Blood splattered. The audience drew in a collective breath. Gaara staggered back, a deep cut in the shell that formed around his shoulder. He howled, a guttural, inhuman noise. The sand erupted in a monstrous wave, swirling around Gaara like a living beast. Sasuke, panting, retreated. Shock etched the Suna siblings' faces in the stands. Temari whispered, "He wounded Gaara. No one's done that." Naruto leaned forward, heart pounding. This might get ugly. Gaara clutched his bleeding shoulder, features twitching. The demon inside him threatened to surface. He glared at Sasuke with murderous rage. "Blood, my blood." His chakra flared, an ominous presence saturating the field. The crowd murmured uneasily. Even the proctors tensed. Before the match could proceed further, however, feathers drifted from the sky. A genjutsu wave rippled across the stadium, blanketing unsuspecting spectators in sudden drowsiness. High above, the K's cage, Orochimaru in disguise, sprang into action, seizing the third Hokage. The once lively crowd dissolved into screams and confusion. Shinobi from the sound and sand, hidden among the audience, attacked Konoha forces. The Chunin exams had turned into an invasion. Attack on Konoha. Panic erupts, alarms blared, echoing through the stadium. Leaf shinobi scrambled to defend their home from the sudden onslaught. Explosions rocked the stands. Gaara's siblings whisked him away, fleeing under orders. Sasuke immediately gave chase, determined to finish the battle. Kakashi barked instructions to the genin. Evacuate the civilians, then regroup. Naruto, follow Sasuke if you can. He's heading after Gaara. Naruto tensed. A glance at the cage box showed the third Hokage locked in battle with the K's cage, who had begun to peel away his disguise. Dark illusions shimmered overhead as a giant barrier formed around them. Naruto's blood roiled with conflicting instincts. Help the Hokage or chase after Sasuke and Gaara. Kakashi gave me an order. Fine. He turned to the others. Stay safe. I'm going. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and Hinata each had tasks from their own sensei to help with evacuations or guard certain gates. Their eyes met Naruto's, concern etched on their faces. But they nodded, trusting him. With that, Naruto bolted from the stadium, adrenaline fueling his steps.
Dash 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 dash. Pursuit in the forests outside the arena, chaos reigned. Enemy shinobi leapt across rooftops, hurling jutsu at defenders. Fires broke out. Civilians fled in panic. Naruto tried to keep a low profile as he dashed toward the forest on the outskirts of town, where he sensed Sasuke's chakra heading. The presence of the system thrummed in his mind. He caught up to Shikamaru and Sakura briefly, who were dealing with a couple of sound nin. With a quick combination, Naruto battered one enemy aside, raising his fist to finish them off, then hesitated. They're not exactly strong enough to matter. Instead, he used a swift knockout blow. No need to do anything more grisly. Sakura gasped at his sudden arrival. Naruto, thank you. Look after Shikamaru, Naruto cut in. I'm going after Sasuke and Gaara. She nodded, too rattled to protest. Be careful. He flashed a grin, sprinting onward. Smoke blanketed part of the village, but eventually, he left the densest chaos behind, following the trail of shattered branches and churned earth. That had to be Gaara's doing. Sasuke's footprints were there too. He pressed forward. Soon, he sensed a fierce aura ahead. The trees grew sparse, replaced by a rocky clearing. Naruto slowed, heart pounding. He found Sasuke crouched against a boulder, panting heavily, the cursed seal on his neck creeping across his skin. Gaara stood across from him, hunched over, half transformed into the one-tailed Shukaku's monstrous shape. An elongated arm of sand protruded from his shoulder, twisted and demonic. You can't escape, Gaara growled, voice distorted. I'll kill you, and prove my existence. Sasuke tried to muster a Chidori, but the seal's pain forced him to falter. Naruto assessed the scene, quickly stepping in front of Sasuke. Hey, emo boy, you look like crap. Sasuke glared, eyes wild. Shut up, I can handle him. Naruto threw him a sidelong look. Yeah, sure. That's why you're half dead. He then locked eyes on Gaara, who stared back with a mix of twisted rage and curiosity. He's half changed. If that transformation goes full, we're in serious trouble. The raw chakra emanating from Gaara roiled, thick enough to taste in the air. Sasuke tried to stand. Move aside, Naruto. All. Naruto ignored him, stepping forward. Yo, Gaara. You want to prove your existence by killing? That's not the way. He recalled how he, too, had once felt lonely, but not to this level. Gaara's face contorted with a frenzy of hatred. Sand whipped about, forming serrated whips. Kill you. Gaara roared, lunging. The monstrous sand arm cleaved down. Naruto dashed forward, summoning a swirl of clones. They scattered, some pummeling Gaara's flank, while others created an opening for Naruto. He hammered a punch into Gaara's half-transformed chest. It felt like striking stone. Pain shot through Naruto's knuckles, but he ignored it. Gaara shrieked, retaliating with a broad sweep of sand that crushed several clones. Sasuke tried to help, launching a barrage of shuriken and a partial Chidori, but his seal flared, sending him to one knee. Naruto cursed under his breath. He's out of commission for now. He formed a fresh Rasengan. Let's see if you like this. He slammed it into Gaara's side. Sand exploded, leaving cracks in the partial demon's shell. Gaara roared in agony, staggering back. Yet the transformation advanced further, an entire tail of sand forming behind Gaara. Malice poured from him. Mother wants your blood, he hissed. Then a wave of memory-laced fury surged in his eyes. You're like me, a monster inside. But you found a reason to exist? Naruto clenched his jaw. I did. People who care about me. People I want to protect. The image of Hinata, Ino, Tenten, Sakura, and so many others flashed in his mind. I'm not alone anymore. Gaara bared jagged teeth. Then I'll destroy all of that. He raised a monstrous claw, bristling with jagged edges. Shukaku will feed on your remains. The ground trembled as Gaara poured more chakra, shaping an even larger demonic arm. Naruto braced himself. The system interface flickered. Quest. Protect Sasuke, defeat Gaara's transformation. Failure, Potential village destruction. Rewards. A surge of black aura swirled around Naruto's body. With Tier 1 unlocked, he felt the domain of shadows pressing at the edges of reality. The clearing itself offered minimal shade, but he could still sense flickers of darkness beneath rocks, in the corners of the forest, and within the battered earth. I can use that.
He inhaled, focusing. Shadow Monarch Tier 1. Domain of the Shadow Lord. A faint sheen of darkness rolled off him, and the shadows around the clearing seemed to stretch, responding to his call. Where Gaara's monstrous shape blocked the sunlight, deeper darkness pooled. Naruto reached for it, coaxing it forward. He glimpsed a chance for new synergy, merging Kyuubi's chakra with the domain around him.
Gaara lunged, roaring, claw slashing downward. Naruto raised both arms. Shadow merge. He vanished into a swirl of black, reappearing behind Gaara in a flicker. Startled, Gaara wheeled around, but Naruto was already forming seals. A swirl of wind kicked up dust.
He summoned a legion of shadow clones. Only these possessed tinted black eyes, each one emanating ominous chakra. Shadow Army. They attacked in a coordinated rush, stabbing, punching, and peppering Gaara with relentless hits. Gaara howled, slashing through them. Black motes scattered with each clone's destruction, but they took pieces of Gaara's sand shell with them.
Enough! Gaara screamed. He blasted them away in a wave of malevolent chakra. The clearing erupted in flying debris. Naruto shielded his face with an arm, wincing. He sensed Gaara's transformation accelerating, half of his face now a monstrous raccoon's snout. Sasuke, out of immediate range, stared in shock, the cursed seal still throbbing. Naruto squared his stance, calling on his newly improved Rasengan. The swirling sphere glowed with a mixture of regular chakra and faint black streaks. Gaara, you leave me no choice. He dashed in. Gaara's claw came around, enormous. Naruto willed the shadows to cling to his body, boosting his speed. At the last instant, he leapt, driving the corrupted Rasengan right into Gaara's midsection. The explosion of chakra rocked the clearing. For a heartbeat, everything was blinding light and swirling sand. Then Gaara flew back, crashing into a massive tree trunk. The monstrous arm shattered, bits of hardened sand littering the ground. Naruto landed hard, knees buckling, panting. His Rasengan, his hand tingling with aftershocks. Gaara coughed, reverting partially, the Shukaku form receding. He lay sprawled, eyes fluttering, all his malevolence turned into stunned disbelief. Naruto approached, staggering. Gaara's breath rattled. He tried lifting an arm, but it collapsed. Why are you so strong? He rasped. What's your purpose? Naruto knelt beside him, ignoring his own battered body. I used to be just like you, he admitted softly. Hated, alone. But I found friends, precious people who gave me a reason to fight. He paused, chest tight. You can find that too, Gaara. You don't need to prove yourself by killing. Gaara's expression flickered, confusion warring with old wounds. Then, as if the weight of exhaustion overtook him, his eyes closed, and he drifted into unconsciousness. The sand around him crumbled away. Naruto let out a long breath, relief mingling with compassion. He's done for now. He glanced around, noticing Sasuke had managed to stand, though he looked shaky. Their eyes met, a mix of grudging respect and frustration passing between them. You always have to show me up, Sasuke muttered hoarsely. Naruto smirked, ignoring the pain in his arms. Guess you're not the only genius around here. Dash 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 dash. Aftermath. The sand forest clearing moments later, there was a rustle of leaves. Temari and Kankuro appeared, carefully retrieving Gaara. Their hostility was tempered by shock at their brother's defeat. Temari's eyes flicked warily over Naruto, noticing the black traces around him. We're retreating, she said, voice taut. Just let us take Gaara. Naruto wasn't in a position to fight further. He nodded. Go. But this doesn't mean we're friends. Kankuro grunted, supporting the limp Gaara. They vanished into the trees, leaving only quiet in their wake. Sasuke slid down to sit against a boulder, pressing a hand to the cursed mark. Damn it, he hissed. I couldn't, I needed more power. Orochimaru said, no, I won't do that. His mind flicked between the horrifying possibility of giving in to the seal for strength and the humiliation of being overtaken by Naruto once again. Naruto watched him with a steady gaze. Don't even think about that snake's power. You saw what it did to you in the stadium, right? It'll destroy who you are. Sasuke looked away, not answering. Pride and anger warred in his eyes. Finally, he spat, I'm fine. Go handle your business. Naruto let it go for now. He stood, wincing at the fresh bruises dotting his body. I should return to the village. There's a full-blown invasion. Then a system alert flared in his vision. Emergency quest. Repel the invasion. Remaining objective. Aid in defending Konoha, or the city suffers catastrophic losses. Time limit. Unknown. His jaw set. Right. We've got bigger problems. Come on, Sasuke, let's get back. Sasuke shook his head. Go ahead. I'll catch up. He tried to stand but stumbled again, cursing under his breath. Naruto hesitated, then simply nodded. He had to trust Sasuke wouldn't do anything too reckless. With that, Naruto took off, racing through the forest back toward the village's heart. Dash 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 dash. Return to the village. Romantic entanglements. Konoha was still ablaze with conflict. However, the Leaf Shinobi had begun to turn the tide. Allies from different squads had cornered the Sound Invaders in various pockets. The barrier around the Hokage and Orochimaru's battle shattered above the rooftops, unleashing swirling gusts of chakra. As Naruto approached, he felt the oppressive weight of powerful jutsu. He skidded to a stop near a collapsed wall, spotting familiar faces. Sakura, Tenten, and Ino were helping evacuate wounded shinobi to a makeshift medic station. Hinata and Kiba guarded the entrance, fending off straggling Sound Nin. Relief lit Sakura's face when she saw Naruto. Thank goodness, you're alive. Ino abandoned her task of bandaging an injured comrade to rush toward him. She flung her arms around Naruto's shoulders, ignoring stares from the wounded. You idiot, I was terrified. Her voice cracked with emotion, burying her face in his neck. Naruto stiffened at first, glancing around. We're in the middle of a war zone, but when he felt her trembling, he relaxed, wrapping an arm around her waist. I'm all right. Gaara's contained, for now. He gently cupped her chin, meeting her eyes. You're not hurt, are you? She shook her head, blinking away tears. No, just worried. Then, with an impulsive shift, she drew him into a fierce kiss. Anyone watching got an eyeful. Even Tenten paused mid-bandage, eyebrows raised. Sakura flushed pink, looking away. Naruto broke the kiss, exhaling. We'll talk later, okay? I gotta check on the Hokage. Ino nodded, stepping back, cheeks red but determined. Tenten approached next, her eyes flicking between Ino and Naruto. Nice of you to show up in the middle of a crisis, hero. Her voice carried a teasing note, though tension lay underneath. But good job out there, I guess. She reached out, resting a hand on his chest over a fresh bruise. Are you sure you're fine? Naruto offered a weary grin. Nothing I can't handle. A flicker of memory surfaced, Tenten bandaging him after his run-in with the Shadow Priest in that dungeon. A wry feeling tugged at him. Keep yourself safe, Tenten. She nodded, biting her lip. We will. Her gaze flicked to the battered village around them. We'll fix this. Sakura then stepped forward, arms folded. She tried to maintain composure, but relief was plain in her eyes. Naruto, the Hokage's on the roof of the academy building. Orochimaru, too. You going there? He nodded, scanning the rooftops. A swirl of sinister chakra emanated from that direction. I have to see if I can help. Hinata was stationed near the gate, but she caught Naruto's eye from afar, offering a small wave. The worry on her face was clear. Naruto gave her a reassuring nod. Ino touched his arm. Just come back safe. With that, Naruto launched himself to the rooftops, weaving past columns of smoke. In the distance, the outline of two powerful figures clashed on the academy's roof. En route, he glimpsed pockets of sound nin battling leaf forces. He hopped over them. His priority was Orochimaru. Dash 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 dash. The Hokage's final stand. When Naruto arrived atop the academy, he found a battered scene. Orochimaru, no longer disguised, stood with a twisted grin, his face partially obscured by serpentine features. Before him, the third Hokage lay on one knee, staff in hand. The old man's breath rattled, his face etched with grim resolve. He'd summoned the Shinigami, the Reaper, to seal Orochimaru's arms in a forbidden jutsu. Several Anbu lay unconscious or dead nearby, victims of Orochimaru's summoned Edo Tensei reanimations. Naruto's stomach twisted as he saw the partially resurrected forms of the first and second Hokage, their souls forcibly enslaved. But the third had managed to partially dispel them at great cost. Orochimaru cocked his head at Naruto's arrival. Well, well. The nine-tails brat. A slithering laugh escaped him. Come to watch your leader die? Naruto's eyes narrowed, rage coiling in his chest. You talk big. Too bad your little plan is failing. He felt the system bristle at Orochimaru's presence, as if sensing a monstrous chakra that threatened overshadowing. The third Hokage coughed, meeting Naruto's eyes. Stay back. This is my responsibility. Even as he spoke, he pressed shaking Hing the Reaper Death Seal's final steps. The spectral figure behind him reached forward, plunging an ethereal arm into Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru's face contorted in horror. What? Yet the Sannin laughed darkly when he realized the seal was incomplete. The third Hokage, too old and wounded, couldn't rip away Orochimaru's entire soul. Instead, he grasped at something else. Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru shrieked as the Reaper tore the use of his arms from him, rendering them dead and useless. A swirl of dread and triumph mingled on Orochimaru's features. You, old fool. You would hamper me, but not kill me. Blood trickled from his mouth. You'll die with me cursing your village. The third Hokage let out a weak laugh. At least your threat will be lessened. He swayed, life slipping away. Naruto, be strong. Defend the village. Like I always believed you could. Naruto felt his throat tighten. Old man, anger welled. Orochimaru, trembling from the partial ceiling, spat at Naruto's feet. You think this changes anything? I'll return, and this village will burn. Naruto's vision blurred with fury. He wanted to charge Orochimaru, tear him apart. But the third Hokage's failing heartbeat hammered at him. He crouched by the old man, eyes burning. You can't leave now, Naruto said, voice cracking. We need you. The third coughed, a small smile on his wrinkled face. You've grown strong, Naruto, stronger than I ever dared hope. The will of fire, it's yours, too. Before Naruto could say more, the third's eyes closed, and his chest stilled. The Reaper's form vanished. Orochimaru staggered back, arms limp at his sides, cursing under his breath. Worthless old man. Naruto clenched his fists so hard his nails drew blood. The system interface flickered, picking up his roiling fury. Side quest. Avenge the Hokage. Objective. Strike Orochimaru or repel him for the village's sake. Warning. High-risk opponent. Tread carefully. Naruto's wrath blazed. He launched forward in a blur, forming a Rasengan tinted with shadow. You bastard. Orochimaru hissed, stepping back. He tried to raise his arms for a block, but they hung useless. Still, his snake-like reflexes were formidable. He whipped his body aside, letting Naruto's Rasengan tear up a chunk of the rooftop. The shockwave knocked Orochimaru off balance, but he managed to flick his tongue, summoning a massive snake from a scroll. The snake's open maw lunged at Naruto. Naruto cursed, leaping back. Another swirl of shadow illusions blinked around him. The giant serpent reared, fangs dripping venom. Orochimaru wobbled, eyes flaring with hatred. I refuse to be humiliated. But in his crippled state, he couldn't fully direct the snake. Naruto exhaled, summoning multiple black shadow clones. They converged on the serpent, battering it with synchronized attacks. Meanwhile, Naruto charged another Rasengan, aiming to finish off Orochimaru. Suddenly, Kabuto appeared in a burst of speed, grabbing Orochimaru's shoulder. "Lord Orochimaru, we have to retreat, your arms." Orochimaru spat blood, glaring at Naruto. Then, with Kabuto's help, he vanished in a swirl of smoke and slithering serpents. The giant snake collapsed into a summoned cloud, dissipating. Silence fell, leaving only the battered rooftop, and the still form of the third Hokage. Naruto sank to his knees beside the old man, chest heaving, fury and grief melding. The system interface dimmed, as if acknowledging that the threat had receded. We couldn't save him. A cold ache spread in Naruto's gut. Dash 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 dash. Pov. Sakura. A scene of aftermath. A short while later, Sakura arrived on the rooftop, escorted by a few Chunin. Her eyes widened at the sight of the third Hokage's lifeless body, the shattered tiles, Naruto's trembling form. "Naruto," she breathed, voice shaky. He didn't move at first. Then, slowly, he stood, wiping his face roughly with a forearm. "We lost the Hokage, Sakura," he said, voice thick. "Orochimaru got away." She stepped closer, placing a tentative hand on his back. "I'm sorry." Her heart hurt at seeing him so raw with pain. He who'd always worn the biggest grin, who'd shown such unstoppable resilience. "You did everything you could." Naruto clenched his jaw, refusing to let tears fall. Then he turned to face her. Something in his eyes made her chest tighten. A quiet rage and determination burning under the surface. "I won't let his sacrifice be in vain," he said softly. "No matter what, we'll rebuild. We'll protect this village." Sakura nodded, tears brimming. She laid her head on his shoulder briefly, a gesture of silent comfort. He hesitated, then wrapped his arms around her. The hug was brief but spoke volumes. Two comrades sharing grief in the aftermath of a nightmare. Dash 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 dash. A few days later, funeral and recovery. Konoha mourned. Black funeral cloth draped the streets. The third Hokage's memorial service was held under the open sky, with thousands of villagers paying respects. Naruto stood among the other genin, solemnly wearing dark attire. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata, and the rest all gathered. Even Sasuke was there, silent, eyes on the casket. Jiraiya and other notable shinobi offered eulogies. Tears fell freely among the villagers. Naruto felt a hollow ache. He'd known the old man since childhood. He was the first figure of authority who believed in him when others scoffed. "I'll never forget you, old man." After the funeral, life in Konoha resumed haltingly. Rebuilding efforts began, led by senior ninjas. Teams were sent out to track the remnants of the Sound Sand Alliance, though a truce was quickly declared with the sand once the Kage's murder by Orochimaru was revealed. Naruto found himself drifting between official duties and personal obligations. He was hailed as a hero by some. Word had spread about his role in stopping Gaara's rampage. Yet he felt no triumph. The system also pressed him with new quests, urging him to continue training and to face future threats. But Naruto's mind was awash in the swirl of grief and responsibility. Dash 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 dash. Seen at the training ground, the harem deepens. One afternoon, Naruto sought solace at the same riverside training field where he'd first met Jiraiya for summoning practice. He threw himself into physical drills, fists thudding against a wooden post until his knuckles bled. As he paused to catch his breath, Tenten strolled up, a bag of medical supplies in hand. "Word is you've been pushing yourself too hard," she said quietly. Knock it off before you break something. Naruto huffed, leaning against the post. I'm fine. She gave him a once-over, then yanked his hand toward her, examining his bloodied knuckles. Yeah, sure, she muttered. Sit. He obeyed with a grunt, letting her dab antiseptic on his cuts. The sting made him wince. Tenten's brow furrowed. You know, you can talk to people instead of burying yourself in training. Naruto looked away, jaw tight. I lost the Hokage. I couldn't save him. She paused, understanding flickering in her eyes. He was like family, huh? Naruto nodded, and for a moment, neither spoke. Then Tenten wrapped a clean bandage around his hand. Don't beat yourself up. There was nothing more you could do. We all saw how you fought. He swallowed, feeling his chest tighten. But it's not enough. Orochimaru's still out there, and the Akatsuki, I hear they're after Jinchuriki. She studied him. Then you'll get stronger. UALWWAS firm. Just don't shut everyone out. Naruto mustered a small grin. Thanks. Impulsively, he reached up to brush a stray lock of hair from her forehead. She blinked, cheeks coloring. You're too good to me. She rolled her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I just can't have the hero of the village falling apart. But her tone softened, and she squeezed his freshly wrapped hand. Their eyes met, and something unspoken passed between them. Before they could elaborate, Ino and Sakura appeared, trotting down the riverside path. Ino waved with her usual flair. There you are, Naruto. Stop hiding. Sakura wore a slight frown. We've been worried, didn't see you at the training hall all morning. Tenten gave them a nod in greeting, stepping back from Naruto. Ino noticed the bandages, eyes narrowing. You need to take better care of yourself. Now we have a new Hokage defined, we can't have you limping around. Sakura glanced between Naruto and Tenten, an odd expression passing over her face, but she said nothing. We were thinking, she said, clearing her throat, maybe we could have a little break from all the gloom. Like, we could all get dinner? Naruto looked at them, gratitude flickering. Dinner, huh? Part of him still felt weighed down, but he realized how much he needed even a brief return to normalcy. Yeah, let's do it. As the four of them left the field, the undercurrent of tension and attraction was almost tangible. Tenten had been caught in a somewhat intimate moment with Naruto, while Ino was definitely not shy about her feelings. Sakura's shifting loyalties hovered in the background. But they all shared a bond of concern for him and the village. Dash 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 dash. Dinner scene. Awkward and tender moments. They chose a small restaurant that miraculously hadn't been damaged by the invasion, an izakaya near the village's south gate, with private booths. The chatter of other patrons provided a cozy hum. Sitting around a low table, the group ordered a round of simple dishes. Naruto, tired but grateful for the company, relaxed for the first time in days. Ino slid in on one side, a little closer than necessary. Tenten took the other side. Sakura sat across, eyeing them with a mixture of curiosity and, was that mild jealousy? Hard to say. They talked about rebuilding efforts, about who might become the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya was rumored to find Tsunade, the last of the legendary Sannin. Between bites of grilled fish, Naruto recounted how he'd almost captured Orochimaru on the rooftop but had to watch him slip away after the third died. It's frustrating, he said, voice low. I hate not being able to end that threat. Ino leaned into him, resting her head briefly on his shoulder. You'll get another chance. Her tone was gentle, surprising even Sakura, who remembered the usually sassy Yamanaka. Tenten nodded, swirling her cup of tea. Agreed, and next time, you won't be alone. Sakura fiddled with her chopsticks. She recalled how Naruto had become the unstoppable force in the finals, how he was forging these connections beyond just a simple crush on her. Part of her felt left behind. Another part of her recognized that Naruto's transformation, both in power and in personality, was bigger than any single relationship. So, Naruto, she began, trying to ease the tension, are you still planning on training with Jiraiya? He shrugged. If he comes back with Tsunade, maybe, but there's something else I need to handle on my own. Ino straightened, Her curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Naruto hesitated. He couldn't exactly say. I've got a demonic shadow system that wants me to conquer dungeons, gather shadow soldiers, and ascend to some throne of darkness. Instead, he offered a small grin. Just personal development. My own jutsu. Gotta keep leveling up, you know. That phrase, leveling up, made Tenten and Ino exchange glances. They'd heard him mention it once before, as if his growth were like a game. Sakura tilted her head. Well, do whatever it takes. Just stay in one piece. They continued chatting, the conversation ebbing and flowing around village gossip, minor comedic banter, and recollections of their academy days. Tenten teased Naruto about how he used to be so clumsy. Ino bragged about her family's flower shop being the first to reopen after the invasion. Sakura tried to keep the peace whenever the banter threatened to get too flirty. At one point, Naruto excused himself, stepping outside for fresh air. The invasion's aftermath still weighed on him, and the breezy night provided some relief. He leaned against the wooden exterior of the restaurant, gazing up at the starry sky. Moments later, Ino slipped out, joining him in the moonlight. She wore a small, empathetic smile. Hey, she said, everything okay? He shoved his hands in his pockets. Just, processing. Feels weird to laugh and hang out when we just lost the Hokage, you know? Ino nodded, stepping closer. I get it, but we can't drown in grief forever. Life keeps moving. Her hand found his, fingers interlacing. He squeezed gently, appreciating the contact. She searched his face. You've changed so much, Naruto. I used to think you were just a loud goof. Now you're still loud, but you're stronger, and there's this edge to you. A half laugh escaped her, and I'm drawn to it. Naruto felt his pulse quicken. He turned, slipping his other arm around her waist. I'm glad, he whispered, leaning in. Their lips met softly under the night sky, the hush of the street and the distant hum of voices from inside the restaurant providing a strangely comforting backdrop. Ino's arms slid around his neck, pulling him closer. The kiss lingered, deeper than the quick ones they'd shared before. For those moments, the war-torn village, the looming threats, everything melted away. All that remained was warmth and the quiet promise of connection. When they finally broke apart, she smiled, cheeks flushed. Don't keep me waiting next time, she teased, though her eyes shone with emotion. He grinned, forehead resting against hers. I won't. Back inside, Sakura and Tenten likely suspected what was happening. Or maybe they just gave them space. Naruto wasn't sure how he'd navigate these growing relationships. But for once, he let himself relish the moment without guilt. I'm living on borrowed time. Might as well live fully. Dash 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 dash. Late night encounters eventually, they all parted ways. Tenten had to check on her teammates. Sakura volunteered for an early shift at the hospital next morning. Ino headed home, leaving Naruto alone on the streets. The moon glowed overhead. His mind wandered to the promise of Shadow Monarch Tier 1. He'd barely scratched the surface of its capabilities. Now that the immediate threat was gone, maybe it was time to explore more dungeons. The system beckoned, wanting him to gather an army of shadows and push his powers further. But fatigue and the emotional toll of recent events weighed on him. As he passed a deserted training ground near the village's edge, he sensed a familiar presence. Enko leaned against a wooden post, arms folded under her trench coat. Working late, Naruto Uzumaki? He paused, a jolt of surprise flickering. He recalled her surprising kiss back during the exam period. Enko-sensei. She raised an eyebrow, noticing the bruise on his lip. Likely from the scuffle with Gaara, or maybe from exchanging a rough kiss with Ino. Hard to say. Looks like you've been busy, she teased with a wry smirk. Heard you fought Gaara and nearly took Orochimaru's head, too. Naruto shrugged. Did what iceful demeanor slipped a notch, replaced by a hint of sympathy. I know how it feels, losing the Hokage. The snake bastard was once my teacher, you know. Her expression tightened. You want revenge, don't you? Naruto's gaze hardened. Yeah. She tilted her head, stepping closer. Then maybe we can help each other. I have a score to settle with Orochimaru too. If you ever need, let's say, specialized training in the more unorthodox arts, I can show you a few things." She winked, but the undertone was deadly serious. Naruto eyed her warily, uncertain how far down that path he wanted to go. Still, a part of him, fueled by the system's hunger for power, felt curious. "I'll keep that in mind." Anko's grin returned. She placed a hand on his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. "You're a magnet for trouble, kid. Better make sure you don't drown in it." Then she slid closer, her voice dropping. "But in the meantime, I wouldn't mind a taste." He caught the meaning just as she curled a finger around his collar, pulling him into a forceful kiss. It was different from the softer intimacy with Ino. Anko's kiss was fierce, almost challenging. He found himself returning it, adrenaline spiking. The night air crackled with tension, her lips heated against his. When she pulled back, a roguish smirk curved her lips. Satisfying. Her eyes flickered with mischief. "But I expect bigger fireworks next time, hero." Naruto stared, breath unsteady. You're something else." She laughed low in her throat. "Better believe it. Now, get some rest. You've got a lot on your plate, Shadow Boy." With that cryptic remark, she vanished into the darkness, leaving Naruto's heart hammering. He exhaled, raking a hand through his hair. "Shadow Boy, huh? Did she sense the powers again?" Considering her background with Orochimaru, it made sense she had a knack for detecting strange chakra. But for now, he let it slide. The night was too cluttered with thoughts of everything else. Dash 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 dash. Pav. Naruto. Private reflection. Back at his small apartment, Naruto closed the door behind him, leaning against it. The room was dim, a single lamp illuminating the messy pile of scrolls and clothes strewn about. He hadn't had time to tidy up since the invasion. He moved to the window, staring out at the half-ruined skyline of Konoha. Rebuilding scaffolds jutted against the starry sky, a reminder of what they'd lost and what they had to rebuild. His mind churned. The third Hokage's death weighed heavily. Orochimaru was still at large, partially crippled but undoubtedly dangerous. Sasuke was spiraling deeper into the darkness of the Cursed Seal. And the Akatsuki loomed on the horizon. Meanwhile, he was wrestling with the solo leveling system, now granting him Tier 1 Shadow Monarch powers. "Show, don't tell," the system had once whispered. "Keep growing." That growth had saved him against Gaara, and possibly more battles to come. But what if it consumed him, as Anko hinted? He sighed, stepping away from the window to sprawl on his futon. The day's exhaustion gnawed at him. He closed his eyes, letting the swirling events settle. "I have people who care about me now. Ino, Tenten, Hinata, Sakura, even Enko in her own wild way. I won't let them down." A flicker of a grin ghosted his lips as he remembered the kisses, the moments of closeness that cut through all the gloom. But overshadowing that warmth was a burning vow. "I'll become stronger. Strong enough to protect everyone, to avenge the old man, to stop Orochimaru and whatever else threatens Konoha." He drifted into uneasy sleep, half hoping the system would remain quiet for one night. Instead, dreams of a massive black gate and swirling shadow soldiers haunted him. Whispered words called him Monarch, urging him to claim dominion over the battlefield of existence. Dash 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 dash. The next morning, an unexpected summons. Naruto was jerked awake by urgent knocking at his door. He sat up, blinking blearily. "Who's pounding?" He threw on his jacket and opened the door to see Shizune, Tsunade's apprentice, a woman with short black hair and anxious eyes. "Naruto," she breathed, "I was told to come find you. Jiraiya-sama needs you to accompany him on a mission, immediately." He rubbed the sleep from his face, heart kicking into gear. "What's going on?" Shizune stepped back, letting him step outside. "We're going to locate the legendary Sannin, Tsunade-sama. to bring her back to the village as the 5th Hokage. Her tone was urgent. Jiraiya-sama wants you along. He says you might learn a thing or two during the trip. Naruto's mind flashed to the possibility of traveling with Jiraiya again, away from the immediate gloom of post-invasion Konoha. When do we leave? Now, Shizune said. Jiraiya-sama is waiting at the main gate. Naruto nodded, adrenaline firing. He quickly grabbed his gear, kunai pouch, a few scrolls, including some experimental jutsu he'd been working on. As he locked up, he sent a silent vow into the quiet apartment. I'll be back, stronger than ever. Racing through the streets toward the gate, he caught a glimpse of Ino, Tenten, and Sakura with a work crew. Ino waved at him from a distance. He offered a quick wave back, wishing he had time to say goodbye properly, but the mission beckoned. By the gate, Jiraiya stood with arms folded, tapping his foot impatiently. About time, brat. Let's go. Naruto trotted up, breath slightly ragged. This is about Tsunade. She's going to be the new Hokage? Jiraiya shrugged. If we can convince her. She's complicated. Then his eyes flicked over Naruto's bandaged knuckles and bruised cheek. Still brawling and messing around with girls, I see. Naruto smirked. A little bit of both. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. I don't mind your escapades, kid, but focus. We're heading into uncertain territory. I'll be teaching you more about controlling the Nine-Tails chakra, and you can show me if you've learned anything new. Naruto braced himself, feeling the system stir. Another step on the road to unstoppable power. He nodded. Got it. Let's move. Together with Shizune, they set off at a quick pace, leaving behind the battered gates of Konoha. The sunrise bathed the land in gold, and though sorrow lingered in the scars of the invasion, the promise of new beginnings flickered. Naruto's heart pounded with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Tsunade, a legendary healer and gambler, rumored to be unstoppable in close combat. Another Sannin who might sense his strange shadow powers. Another chance to test himself. And, hopefully, a new Hokage to anchor the village in these turbulent times. He cast one last glance at Konoha's walls shrinking behind them, the ghosts of tragedy still fresh. Then he faced forward, determination in his gaze. The road ahead was uncertain, but he'd walk it. Because that's who he was. A shinobi who refused to break under fate, forging his own path with each bold step. And all the while, that quiet voice inside, half Kurama's growl, half the system's dark whisper, urged him onward. Stronger, become stronger, for them, and for yourself. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Pushing Beyond Limits and Shadow Monarch Ascension. Dash 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 dash. Sunlight glimmered off the dusty road as Naruto trudged alongside Jiraiya and Shizune, heading ever farther from Konoha's battered walls. It had been a full week since they set out to locate Tsunade, the woman Jiraiya insisted could become the 5th Hokage, and, to Naruto, potentially teach him some legendary jutsu. Despite the lingering grief over the 3rd Hokage's death, life kept pressing forward, forcing them into new conflicts. Jiraiya walked at an unhurried pace, his arms folded inside his robe. Shizune stayed close, occasionally casting Naruto a concerned glance. He'd been quieter than usual, weighed down by the memory of Sarutobi Hiruzen's final moments. Even so, the system hummed under his skin, a dark flame that refused to be quenched, reminding him of the path he'd chosen. Shadow Monarch Tier 1. The urge to grow stronger was relentless. Eventually, they crested a hill overlooking a small, bustling town. Smoke curled from chimneys, and a lively market district spread out below. Jiraiya stopped and exhaled. We'll rest here for the night. Tsunade's rumored to be frequenting gambling dens in the region. We'll ask around. Naruto gave a short nod, scanning the distant buildings. Let's hope this time it's not a dead end. The last 3 towns were a bust. Shizune adjusted the medical pack strapped to her shoulder. Tsunade-sama has a pattern, she said hesitantly, but she moves quickly when her debts or gamblers chase her out. Jiraiya snorted. That's putting it politely. They started down the slope. Naruto's gaze flicked around, watchful for any sign of Akatsuki or Orochimaru's agents. It was a habit now, his senses sharpened by both the Kyuubi's presence and the system's ongoing awareness. I won't let anyone catch us off guard. Dash 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 dash. They reached the town's main street by late afternoon. Vendors hawked their wares, enticing travelers with skewered meats and fresh fruit. Colorful banners fluttered overhead, marking a small festival. Jiraiya seemed to perk up at the sight, eyes gleaming with mischief. I'll do some research around. You two can handle the inn, he said, strolling off before anyone could protest. Naruto suppressed a groan. Pervy sage never changes. He glanced at Shizune, who offered a helpless shrug. They found a modest inn on the quieter side of the market. The hostess, upon seeing the leaf headbands, gave them a polite discount in thanks for Konoha's reputation. The room was simple: 2 beds, tatami flooring, a small table. Shizune set down her pack, massaging her shoulder. Naruto, she began tentatively, you've been pushing yourself quite hard, even on the road. Don't forget to rest. He forced a grin. I'm fine. He stopped short. I just can't let myself slow down. The memory of the third Hokage's lifeless body still haunted him. Instead, he said, I'll rest after I find Tsunade and get the training I need to protect everyone. Shizune studied his face. I understand how you feel, especially about the old man's death. Tsunade-sama, she loved Sarutobi-sensei dearly, despite her complicated feelings toward Konoha. If anyone can guide you right now, it might be her. Naruto nodded, tension coiling in his shoulders. I hope you're right. Dash 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 dash. Nightfall. A private dialogue. Jiraiya still hadn't returned by sundown. Likely he was either gathering leads or indulging in the local nightlife. Shizune sighed, stepping outside the inn to check for him. Finding no trace, she returned to the common area. Naruto was there, finishing a quick meal of miso soup and rice. The smell of grilled fish still lingered in the air. Without quite knowing why, Shizune hesitated, then sat across from him. Naruto, mind if we talk? He blinked. Sure. Something in her tone was gentle, but serious. She folded her hands. I've seen how you've grown. From that kid who used to yell about becoming Hokage to the young man who faced Orochimaru without flinching. It's inspiring, but also worrisome. That kind of meteoric power can be dangerous. Naruto's heart skipped. She's suspecting the system. He tried to keep his expression neutral. What do you mean? She pressed her lips together. When you fought Gaara, you didn't just use the Nine Tails chakra, did you? There was something else. I've studied medical ninjutsu and chakra signatures enough to sense an undercurrent of darkness. Naruto bit back a curse. Shizune was sharper than people gave her credit for. He scratched at his cheek, mustering a half laugh. Guess I've got some new jutsu in progress. Nothing to worry about. She watched him a moment, then released a breath. I won't pry, but if it ever becomes overwhelming, promise me you'll talk to someone. Jiraiya-sama, me, or Tsunade-sama, when we find her. Don't shoulder it alone. A swirl of conflicting emotions churned in his chest. Part of me wants to tell her everything, but I can't risk it. He offered a small nod. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Shizune Nichan. The old nickname slipped out. She blushed faintly, a smile tugging her lips. Get some sleep, she said softly, standing. We'll start early tomorrow. Dash 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 dash. Nighttime meditation. The systems pull, but Naruto couldn't sleep. Hours later, he found himself sitting alone in the dark, on the back veranda of the inn. A few lamps swayed in the distance, and the moon hung low. The system interface gently pulsed at the edges of his vision. Daily quest available. Shadow Dungeon Portal, next tier challenge? He hesitated. Ever since unlocking Tier 1, the Shadow Dungeons had grown more dangerous, culminating in that terrifying Shadow Priest encounter. But each victory pushed his abilities to new heights, and the lure was hard to resist. Finally, he rose and slipped into the deserted alley behind the inn. Checking his surroundings, he willed the system to open the portal. A swirl of black manifested, like a tear in reality. Heart-pounding, he stepped through. Darkness enveloped him. Moments later, he stood in a twisted replica of the same alley, though the sky above was pitch black, and the buildings appeared warped, half-ruined. Wisps of shadow flitted through the air. He steeled himself. Welcome to the Shadow Dungeon. Clear all enemies to exit. An eerie moan echoed from a side street. Shadowy shapes emerged. Spectral silhouettes of ninja with hollow eyes. Zombie shinobi. Again? Naruto tensed, forming a shadow clone. This time, the clones carried that signature black tinge. With the system's enhancements, they fought more efficiently than ever, slashing through the undead. Yet the further Naruto pressed, the stronger the foes became. Some unleashed rudimentary jutsu. Fireballs or water bullets that exploded in dark, twisted forms. Time blurred. He lost track of how many shadow zombies he destroyed. Each kill fueled a low hum of satisfaction from the system, awarding him incremental stat boosts. Bruises littered his arms from near misses, but he persevered, pushing deeper. Then he came face to face with something new. A massive, four-armed wraith forging swords out of black mist. Its eyes glowed red. Naruto's pulse spiked. This is definitely a boss. The wraith lunged, swords slashing in a dizzying pattern. Naruto narrowly avoided decapitation, conjuring a Rasengan and smashing it into the wraith's side. It staggered, but hissed, swirling with malevolent energy. Naruto grit his teeth, letting a flicker of Kurama's chakra seep out. The Rasengan expanded with a shadowy undertone. He hammered blow after blow, clones rushing in to distract the wraith. Finally, with a fierce roar, he tore the wraith's chest open. It exploded in a spray of dark motes. Boss defeated. XP gained. New shadow skills unlocked. A wave of dizziness hit him, but also a surge Oasis listed new abilities. Shadow imbuement, enhancing weapons or attacks with darkness. Minor shade step, brief teleport between shadows. He panted, crouching amid the rubble. The path behind him parted, revealing a swirling exit portal. He stumbled out of the dungeon, returning to the real alley behind the inn. The portal disappeared. Checking the sky, he realized only an hour had passed. He was drenched in sweat. Pain flared in his arms, but the raw energy coursing through him felt addictive. That was reckless, brat, came a low voice. Naruto whirled, hand flying to a kunai. Jiraiya stood at the alley's edge, arms folded. Shadows flickered across the sage's face. Naruto's stomach clenched. Did he see the portal? Arrow Sennin, I. Jiraiya's expression was unusually grim. I followed some, interesting chakra. You vanish, then reappear soaked in sweat. And the air here feels foul. He stepped closer, eyeing Naruto. What are you messing with? Naruto's heart hammered. The system was invisible to others, but the residual presence of dark chakra must have been noticeable. He scrambled for an explanation but found none that would fully placate Jiraiya. It's a jutsu I'm developing, he muttered, half-truth. To get stronger, so I can protect the village. Jiraiya's gaze hardened. This jutsu, it reeks of something beyond normal ninjutsu. Darkness, maybe even remnants of forbidden arts. Look, kid, I'm not your parent, but I have a responsibility not to let you break yourself. The tension rose, a coil of challenge. Naruto felt a flare of defiance. I'm not a helpless kid. Didn't I prove that against Gaara? Or Orochimaru? Jiraiya's jaw tightened. You did. And I'm proud. But I won't watch you fall into something that could devour your soul. He exhaled, forcing calm. We'll talk about this after we find Tsunade. Just, keep your head on straight. Naruto swallowed back a retort. If you only knew how vital this power is. Instead, he gave a curt nod. Jiraiya studied him another moment before turning away with a sigh. We move on at dawn. Try not to vanish into dark alleys again. Alone once more, Naruto clenched his fists. A swirl of guilt and stubborn pride churned. This is my path. He trudged back to his room, bracing for an uneasy sleep. Dash 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 dash. The next morning, finally, a lead sunrise found them at the local tea shop, hunched over steaming cups. Jiraiya, despite the tension of the previous night, seemed upbeat. He tapped a folded note on the table. Some gamblers told me Tsunade was spotted in a neighboring town, Tanzaku Gai. Let's head there. Shizune nodded. That place has a big casino. It makes sense if Tsunade-sama is trying her luck. A flicker of apprehension crossed her face. Or paying off debts. They settled the tab and departed. Naruto trailed behind, struggling with conflicting thoughts about his powers, Jiraiya's suspicion, and the memory of Shizune's gentle concern. He forced himself to refocus on the mission. Find Tsunade, bring her back to be Hokage. Everything else can wait. Dash 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 dash. Tanzaku Gai. An unexpected clash. They arrived at Tanzaku Gai by midday. A lively town dominated by a sprawling castle-like structure housing gambling halls and an extravagant casino floor. Gold-lettered signs proclaimed fortunes to be won. The throng of visitors bustled about, coin pouches jingling. Jiraiya paused, scanning the crowd. Let's split up. Shizune, you check the smaller gambling houses. Naruto, you're with me. We'll scour the main casino first. Naruto shrugged. Sure. Just don't vanish on me, old man. They headed inside. The casino was a swirl of lights and clamoring slot machines, croupiers calling out bets, an undercurrent of smoke in the air. Naruto wrinkled his nose. What a racket. Jiraiya began asking around, flashing a small photograph of Tsunade, while Naruto hovered near the roulette tables. After half an hour of fruitless leads, an older gambler finally recognized the photo. Sure, that lady was here. Luck so terrible, it was almost comical. She left an hour ago with some younger woman. Seemed annoyed. Naruto's heart jumped. Which way did they go? The gambler shrugged. Out back, maybe to the inn on the northeast corner. They rushed out, only to be greeted by Shizune sprinting up, face pale. Master Jiraiya, Naruto. A huge explosion at the castle ruins outside town. I think Orochimaru is here. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Orochimaru? Damn. Where's Tsunade? Shizune's voice trembled. She ran that way when she sensed a massive chakra surge. I followed, but the place collapsed. I lost sight of her. Naruto's heart thumped. Then we need to hurry. They dashed through the streets, ignoring the startled looks of civilians. Past the eastern gate, a tall structure had partially caved in, smoke rising. In the open courtyard, they spotted Tsunade. Blonde hair in twin tails, green haori flapping around her slender frame. Her expression was taut with fury as she faced off against two figures. Orochimaru, arms swathed in bandages, and Kabuto at his side. Naruto's blood ignited at the sight. Orochimaru, that snake. Jiraiya murmured, stay sharp. Tsunade's dilemma. They arrived just in time to see Tsunade trembling, fists clenched. Orochimaru hissed words of persuasion. Heal my arms, Tsunade. I'll bring your loved ones back with the Edo Tensei. We can undo all your pain. Tsunade spat on the ground. Don't insult me. You defiled the third Hokage's memory, killed so many, and you dare. Her words faltered. A haunted look crossed her face. Kabuto smirked. You can't hide your fear, Lady Tsunade. Blood. He flicked a kunai across his palm, splattering crimson droplets on the rubble. Tsunade recoiled, eyes wide, a phobia triggered. She visibly trembled. Orochimaru's gaze flicked to the newcomers. Ah, Jiraiya. And the Nine-Tails brat. A twisted grin broke across his pale features. Marvelous timing. Tsunade, if you won't heal me willingly, I'll force the issue. Jiraiya stepped forward, tension rippling. You're not forcing anything. Tsunade, snap out of it. We can take him down together. Tsunade's face was pale with panic. Shizune rushed to her side, trying to steady her. Meanwhile, Kabuto advanced, a chilling smirk on his lips. Naruto Uzumaki, we meet again. Let's see if you're still a rookie. Naruto snarled, stepping in front of Tsunade. Rookie, huh? I'll show you a real fight. In a flash, Kabuto launched into a savage taijutsu assault, chakra scalpels sparking around his hands. Naruto blocked the first strike, wincing as the disruption threatened to numb his muscles. Kabuto was fast, but Naruto's reflexes, honed by the system, kicked in. He sidestepped the next blow and responded with a crushing punch that sent Kabuto skidding. Kabuto wiped blood from his lip, eyes narrowing. Stronger than last time. Still, you're nothing compared to Orochimaru-sama's brilliance. Naruto smirked, letting shadow chakras swirl faintly around him. Talk all you want. With a half-seal, he summoned two black-tinged shadow clones that converged on Kabuto. The medic nin danced among them, severing one with a precise scalpel slash. Naruto used the distraction to form a Rasengan in his right hand, lunging forward. Crash. The sphere slammed into Kabuto's torso, blasting him back through a stone pillar. Dust choked the air. Orochimaru hissed in anger. Jiraiya seized the opening to engage Orochimaru directly, unleash Su. The ground shook as a partial summoning jutsu rocked the courtyard. Orochimaru responded with Viper summons, though his arms were crippled. Meanwhile, Naruto advanced on the battered Kabuto. The man coughed, doubling over. How, he croaked. How do you have so much power? Naruto's eyes glowed with a fierce light, because I refuse to lose. He pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of punches. Yet Kabuto, cunning as ever, laced the ground with paralyzing tags. Naruto sensed the trap a second too late, his feet tingled as a slight numbness spread. Got you, Kabuto whispered, slamming a chakra scalpel into Naruto's shoulder. Pain flared. Naruto bit back a cry, swirling the Kyuubi's energy to push off the paralysis. A half-second of rage propelled him. He caught Kabuto's wrist, twisting until bones cracked. Kabuto screamed, throwing a desperate kick at Naruto's ribs. They separated, both panting. Naruto's shoulder bled, but he forced the wound to clot with the fox's chakra. Kabuto's arm hung at an odd angle. Somewhere behind them, Tsunade remained frozen in place, trembling at the sight of blood. Shizune tried to comfort her, tears in her eyes. Please, Tsunade-sama, we need you. A swirl of rubble exploded as Jiraiya and Orochimaru's clash intensified. Debris rained down. Through the dust, Naruto spied Kabuto weaving more seals. He had to end this quickly. Shadow Monarch Tier 1 tugged at his consciousness. Use the domain. Like I did against Gaara. The courtyard was partially shadowed by fallen pillars. With a mental command, Naruto reached out, letting the darkness pool at his feet. He invoked Shadow Merge, flickering behind Kabuto in an instant. Kabuto's eyes widened. Naruto roared, thrusting a shadow-laced Rasengan straight into Kabuto's back. The explosion of energy ravaged the medic nin, sending him careening into a smashed wall. He collapsed, bloodied and barely conscious. Orochimaru, glimpsing Kabuto's defeat, let out a furious hiss. You worthless worm. But he, too, was on the defensive, arms limp. Jiraiya's summons pinned him down. Tsunade caught sight of Kabuto's battered, bloody form. Her phobia hit harder, making her chest tighten with panic. Yet something shifted in her eyes when she saw Naruto. An echo of her little brother, Nawaki, or maybe Dan, the fiancé she lost to war. Naruto stood wounded but unyielding, determined to protect everyone. The sight sparked a fierce resolve. Tsunade-sama. Shizune cried. We need you, please. Tsunade's trembling slowed. She took a shaky breath, fighting her fear. Kabuto spat blood, smirking. You can't act, Tsunade. You're frozen by the very sight of. Suddenly, Tsunade moved, blindingly fast. She crossed the courtyard in a blur, delivering a monstrous punch that shattered the ground beneath Kabuto's crumpled form. The shockwave alone knocked the wind out of him. Kabuto's eyes rolled back. He fell, unconscious. Jiraiya barked a laugh of relief, even as he wrestled with Orochimaru. That's the Tsunade I know. Orochimaru snarled, realizing the tide had fully turned. With Kabuto down and Tsunade's lethal strength awakened, his odds were slim. He hissed a command, and a giant snake burst from the rubble, wrapping him in its coils. "We're leaving," he spat. With a final glare at Naruto and the others, Orochimaru disappeared in a flurry of serpentine scales. Kabuto's limp body whisked away in the retreat. Silence fell, thick with tension. Naruto heaved, pain throbbing in his wounded shoulder. Tsunade stood stiffly, chest rising and falling as she battled the last vestiges of her phobia. Shizune rushed forward. "Tsunade-sama, are you?" Tsunade shook her head, exhaling. "I'm fine, Shizune." Then, her gaze locked on Naruto. She stepped closer, eyes hard but not unkind. You remind me of someone." That insane determination, that refusal to back down, even when your body screams at you to stop. Her tone wavered. "It's maddeningly familiar." Naruto managed a half-smile despite his pain. "Hey. People say I'm pretty stubborn." The next second, his legs buckled. He'd lost more blood than he realized. Tsunade caught him before he hit the ground, her palm glowing with green healing chakra. She frowned. "Don't you dare die, brat, not after all that drama." Naruto's eyes fluttered, relief flooding him as Tsunade's medical chakra poured into his shoulder wound, sealing the worst of it. He offered a weak grin. "You're Tsunade, right? The legendary sucker. We need you to be Hokage." Tsunade stiffened. "You sure know how to talk to a lady, kid." But her expression softened, a tiny smirk tugging at her lips. Jiraiya approached, battered and bruised but alive. "He's right. The village needs you, Tsunade." With the third gone. Tsunade's face fell, sorrow filling her eyes at the mention of her former sensei's death. She looked away. "I'll think about it."
Naruto forced himself to stand straighter, ignoring the sting. "No, we need a yes."
Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "Don't push your luck. I haven't forgiven Konoha for." She stopped short, recalling old wounds. Then her gaze flicked to Naruto's leaf headband, and the memory of those she lost. "Dan, Nawaki, the third." "All right," she said quietly, "I'll do it. I'll take the title of fifth Hokage." A flicker of tears glistened before she blinked them away. "But I do this for the village, not for any illusions of glory." Naruto's chest lifted. Despite her harsh tone, he sensed the sincerity. "Deal." Dash 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 dash. Celebration and reckoning. They spent the next day holed up in Tanzakugai, recovering from wounds and finalizing Tsunade's decision. Shizune looked over Jiraiya's injuries, while Tsunade performed a more advanced healing technique on Naruto's shoulder, occasionally scolding him for reckless fighting. Naruto bristled at the fuss, but the relief was undeniable. Her medical prowess was on another level. That evening, Jiraiya insisted on treating them to a large meal at a local restaurant. Tsunade reluctantly joined, sipping sake in stony silence at first. Gradually, though, she loosened up, exchanging barbs with Jiraiya. Shizune sat close by, relaxing for the first time in days. Naruto, for his part, found his appetite unstoppable, devouring rice bowls and grilled fish in massive quantities. Midway through, Tsunade cleared her throat. "Kid, Naruto. You fought Orochimaru not once but twice and lived. That's no small feat." He set down his chopsticks, meeting her amber gaze. "I had to." She hesitated, swirling the sake in her cup. "You have big dreams, becoming Hokage. But let me give you some advice. A leader's greatest strength is the will to protect what's precious. Don't let grudges consume you."
Naruto snorted softly, hard not to hold a grudge when Orochimaru murdered the old man. But he recalled how the third had told him to defend the village, not chase revenge. "I guess that's the difference between revenge and protecting." He sighed, nodding. "I get it."
Tsunade watched him a moment, then raised her cup. "Here's to the future. May we do better than our past."
They clinked glasses, Naruto's water to Tsunade's sake. A hesitant sense of camaraderie settled over them. Dash 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 dash.
A quiet exchange with Shizune after dinner. Naruto stepped outside for fresh air, standing on the balcony that overlooked the bright casino lights. Down in the street, revelers laughed. Tsunade and Jiraiya were still inside, probably bickering about old times. He felt the night breeze cool his cheeks, easing the ache in his shoulder. Soft footsteps approached. Shizune joined him, leaning on the railing. "Why?" she said gently. "I know it wasn't easy, facing Kabuto again." Naruto shrugged. "He's tough, but I'm tougher, that's all." She smiled at his bravado. Then her tone turned more serious. "You were the one who pulled Tsunade-sama out of her slump. She saw something in you. Something that reminded her of Nawaki and Dan. You might have saved her from a path of self-destruction." Naruto stared at the neon glow below. "I just said what I believed. People matter. This village matters. That's enough reason to fight." Shizune exhaled, a gentle warmth in her eyes. "That belief of yours is powerful. It's what the third valued so much. If you keep it close, you'll be an incredible Hokage one day." He looked at her then, noticing how the lamplight softened her features. Her usual anxious demeanor gave way to a quiet grace. Without overthinking, Naruto reached out and placed a hand over hers on the railing. She didn't pull away. Her cheeks tinted pink, but she met his gaze steadily. "Thank you, Shizune," he murmured. "You've been kind." A faint laugh escaped her. "I'm only a few years older than you, but I feel so responsible sometimes. Maybe it's just how Tsunade-sama raised me." Naruto's voice dropped. "You're allowed to let go of that now and then. We're all just trying our best." Shizune's eyes gleamed. A subtle tension shimmered. Tentatively, Naruto leaned closer. She hesitated only briefly before meeting him halfway, their lips brushing in a gentle, hesitant kiss. The taste of sake lingered. She'd had a cup earlier, even if she was nowhere near Tsunade's tolerance. Warmth blossomed in Naruto's chest, tinged with the same flush that came whenever he got close to Ino or Tenten. But Shizune's kiss felt different, softer, more tentative, edged with a caretaker's heart. They pulled apart, both a little breathless. Shizune touched her lips, eyes wide. "Naruto, I." He smiled ruefully. "Sorry if that was out of line." She swallowed, shaking her head. "No, you're not a child. I should stop treating you like one. You carry a burden most adults couldn't handle." They lingered a moment, the tension of uncertainty replaced by mutual understanding. Then, in sync, they turned back toward the dining room, wordless but strangely at peace. Dash 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 dash. Return to Konoha. Tsunade's decision within 2 days. Tsunade concluded her business, repaying a handful of debts, collecting some personal effects. Then the group embarked on the journey home. The land between Tanzaku-gai and the Leaf passed in a blur of forests and rolling hills. Here and there, they glimpsed the scars of the recent invasion, cracked roads or burnt farmhouses. Naruto's resolve only grew stronger. Tsunade spent part of the trip quietly studying Naruto's every move, as if curious about his unwavering spirit. Occasionally, she tested him with sudden jabs or pointed questions. "Why do you want to be Hokage, anyway?" He answered each time with simple honesty. "Because it's my dream to protect everyone who matters." Eventually, they reached the imposing gates of Konoha, half shrouded by scaffolding from reconstruction efforts. A small group of shinobi and villagers had gathered, word of Tsunade's imminent arrival spreading quickly. Among them stood Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and Hinata, each brightening at the sight of Naruto's return. Sakura dashed forward, wide-eyed. "You found her." Ino joined, flashing Naruto a grin that turned sly when she noticed Tsunade. "Wow, so you really did it." Tenten crossed her arms, smirking. "I'll say this much, you sure know how to make things happen, Naruto." Hinata stood slightly behind them, relief flooding her face. Welcome back. Tsunade scanned the group, noting how all these kunoichi gravitated around Naruto. Her brow arched in mild amusement, but she let it pass. She stepped forward, addressing the assembled shinobi with a cool authority reminiscent of the third. I am Tsunade, and I've accepted the position of 5th Hokage. She glanced at the half-rebuilt memorial site for the third. Her voice softened. I'll do my best to honor the old man's legacy. Cheers rippled through the crowd, though subdued by lingering sorrow. Naruto grinned at the cluster of people he cared about, feeling an almost dizzying wave of gratitude. We have a new Hokage. We'll rebuild. Dash 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 dash. Brief reunions and rising tensions in the following days. Tsunade's presence in Konoha ushered in a sense of cautious hope. She established triage centers to handle the wounded from Orochimaru's invasion, supervised construction on damaged sectors, and stepped into the Hokage's office. Bureaucrats scurried to bring her up to speed. She wore the mantle with a mix of reluctance and hidden conviction. Naruto had little time to rest. Between missions to help with reconstruction, visits to the hospital for final checkups, and the system's relentless thirst for leveling, he was constantly in motion. As he strolled through the busy streets, villagers offered thanks or encouraging words. Some called him a hero for the Gaara fight. Others gossiped about how quickly he was catching up to the famed Uchiha. His personal life, meanwhile, grew more tangled. Ino dropped by one afternoon with flowers, teasing him mercilessly but also pulling him aside for a stolen kiss behind the half-rebuilt ramen stand. Tenten challenged him to a spar in the training grounds, culminating in a playful scuffle that ended with them panting, inches apart, tension crackling. Hinata shyly asked if she could accompany him on a supply run for the hospital, her timid presence blossoming into bright smiles whenever he acknowledged her. Sakura swung between exasperation and quiet admiration, noticing how Naruto no longer stuttered or begged for her attention. Instead, he carried himself with a confident ease that unsettled her old image of him. Even Enko turned up now and then, tossing him a predatory smirk or a flirtatious remark that left him off balance. As if his harem wasn't complicated enough, Naruto also recalled his fleeting, tender moment with Shizune. He caught her eye once during a meeting in the Hokage's office, and she flushed, quickly focusing on her notes. He realized there was no easy resolution to all these connections. A part of him enjoyed the swirl of affection and desire, even as it threatened chaos. Dash 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 dash. Escalation. A new warning. Late one night, Naruto found himself once again in the quiet emptiness of the training ground, the moon illuminating the battered logs and scarred earth. He practiced a few new maneuvers from shadow imbuement, forming small knives of black energy that crackled with Kurama's red overlay. Each slash cut through wooden stumps like butter. He was growing stronger, no doubt. But the cost weighed on him. People, like Jiraiya, worried about the darkness in his chakra. Exhaling, he let the shadows recede. The system interface glimmered. Tier 1 to 70% mastered. Requirements to unlock Tier 2 remain unclear. Further major conflicts or boss fights recommended. He snorted. Great, so I need more insane fights. His memory flicked to Orochimaru, the looming threat of the Akatsuki. They'll come for me soon enough. As if on cue, a slight rustle from behind made him spin. The air shimmered. A masked figure, clearly not Anbu, stepped into the clearing. Their voice was low, distorted. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. We've been watching you. Naruto's blood iced. Who the hell are you? The figure turned, revealing an orange spiral mask. Twisted chuckle emanated. Let's call me Toby, for now. You've tasted a fraction of true power, boy. But soon, you'll face the reality of this world's hatred. The Akatsuki will come for the tailed beasts. Naruto's gut clenched. He'd heard rumors of the Akatsuki, S-rank criminals. If you think I'll roll over, you're dead wrong. Toby tilted his head. We shall see. This shadow aura you have, interesting. Perhaps it'll make you more entertaining prey. With a flicker of space-time distortion, the figure vanished, leaving Naruto's senses reeling. Adrenaline pounded through him. The Akatsuki is already here? Observing me? He tightened his fists, anger coursing. They'd threatened his entire existence with casual contempt. His first instinct was to rush to Tsunade, to warn her. But the presence of that masked man, his power to appear and vanish so easily, shook Naruto more than he wanted to admit. Dash 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 dash. Confrontation with Tsunade, he marched straight to the Hokage's office, ignoring the late hour. Guards recognized him, letting him pass. Inside, Tsunade was burning the midnight oil, piles of documents crowding her desk. She looked up, frowning at Naruto's disheveled state. What is it, brat? You look spooked. Naruto recounted the encounter with the masked figure. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeper. The Akatsuki? Already sniffing around? He nodded. He teleported out, phased through space. I've never seen anything like it. Tsunade rubbed her temples. That's advanced beyond typical shinobi, even beyond normal S rank. I'll have Jiraiya look into it. In the meantime, no matter how strong you think you are, do not face them alone. Naruto bristled. I'm not a kid, I can handle myself. Tsunade glared. I just said they're S rank criminals. Use your head, and I am your Hokage now. This isn't a request. Naruto clenched his jaw, then exhaled. The tension thawed slightly. Fine. I'll be careful. He paused, swallowing. I can't let them roam free to threaten everyone. Tsunade's gaze softened. It's not all on your shoulders, Naruto. The memory of the day he fought Orochimaru still fresh in her mind, she softened further. That said, I get it. This is personal. But promise me you won't go picking fights without backup. That's an order. He managed a small nod, turning to leave. At the door, he glanced back. Welcome home, 5th Hokage. Even if you're bossy. She HMPHED, a tiny smile tugging her lips. Get lost, brat. Dash 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 dash. Cliffhanger. A shift in the wind by dawn. Rumors of the Akatsuki's infiltration had quietly spread among the higher-ups. Jiraiya summoned Naruto for an urgent conversation, referencing new intel. Sasuke, too, had grown restless, pushing his training to extremes as the cursed seal gnawed at him. Tensions soared, a sense that the next major clash loomed close. Konoha, still recovering from Orochimaru's invasion, now faced the specter of these shadowy criminals. Late that evening, Naruto gazed over the village from the rooftop of his apartment, the wind ruffling his hair. The new Hokage had begun to bring order to the chaos, but threats multiplied from every side. The system's faint glow reminded him that his own quest for power was far from over. He recalled that masked man's words. Perhaps you'll be more entertaining prey. A slow, determined breath left Naruto's lips. Come for me if you want, Akatsuki. But I won't be your victim, I'll show you what true power looks like. The Kyuubi rumbled in agreement from within, and his shadows whispered in the corners of the rooftop, as if echoing his vow. Down below, the flicker of lanterns illuminated rebuilding efforts. Friends, allies, and the faint strains of laughter reminded him there was still warmth in the world. People who believed in him, who loved him, who looked to him for hope. It strengthened his resolve, even as it stirred the darker, hungrier side of him that craved unstoppable might to protect them all. He rose, eyes locked on the horizon. Tomorrow, he'd push his training further. He'd confront the swirl of complicated affections, the cloak of suspicion from certain mentors, and the ever-looming threats. Because Naruto Uzumaki was no longer just the goofy kid who shouted about being Hokage. He was a rising monarch of shadows, shaping his destiny with each bold step. Somewhere, in the distant gloom, fate trembled. uncertain whether to fear Naruto's unstoppable growth or admire the brilliant light behind his dark powers. One thing was certain. The storm of conflict would only intensify. And Naruto, with fists clenched, stood ready to face it head-on. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, World-Shaking Confrontation and Resolution. Dash 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 dash. A new era dawns. Weeks became months in Konoha, the village slowly finding its footing under Tsunade's firm leadership. Streets once marred by Orochimaru's invasion were rebuilt with fresh timber and mortar. The scars on the people's hearts remained, but hope sparked whenever they saw their new Hokage presiding over the growing bustle. Above all, a subtle change could be felt. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy once scorned, had become a figure of awe, walking the path of the Shadow Monarch. During that time, rumors spread of the Akatsuki, an organization of S-rank criminals bent on capturing the tailed beasts. Whispers warned that two of their members, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, had already infiltrated the Land of Fire, and more would follow. Jiraiya's intel suggested the group posed a threat beyond what most shinobi could handle. The masked intruder Naruto had encountered, calling himself Tobi, seemed connected to them, or perhaps orchestrating them. Yet even as these threats mounted, Naruto's personal life tangled further. Ino draped herself around him when they strolled the market. Tenten cornered him for late-night weapon training that turned into stolen kisses beneath moonlit training posts. Sakura alternated between admiration and confusion at how Naruto's aura overshadowed even Sasuke's lingering presence. Hinata shyly offered homemade bentos, face aglow whenever he thanked her with an affectionate grin. Anko winked at him in passing with sly remarks about teaching him forbidden arts in a more private setting. Shizune remained gentle and supportive, casting timid glances that recalled their soft kiss under the lights of Tanzaku Gai. Naruto tried to balance it all, his burning desire to protect everyone, the unstoppable growth of his Shadow Monarch Tier 1 powers, the relationships blossoming around him, and the unceasing watchfulness for Akatsuki's next move. In quiet moments, a hollow dread whispered that the real storm was still gathering. And indeed, the storm broke when Sasuke Uchiha abruptly vanished from Konoha. Dash 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 dash. A friend's betrayal. Pav. Sakura. She stood at the village gates, heart stuttering with disbelief. Only minutes before, she'd learned that Sasuke, her longtime crush, had abandoned the leaf, lured by Orochimaru's promise of power. Night still lingered, and the lamps around the gate flickered ominously. Sakura's fists clenched as she saw the immediate search party gear up. Naruto was among them. He wore an expression of grim determination, the gentle warmth she'd seen in him so often replaced by a fierce anger. She realized in that moment how greatly Naruto had changed. "I'll bring him back," OICE low but intense. "That's a promise of a lifetime." A flutter of old feelings stirred in her, overshadowed by the sinking fear that Sasuke was truly gone. In a rush, the retrieval team, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shoji, and Neji, moved out. But Naruto, strong as he'd become, felt a clench of dread. What if Sasuke won't listen? They tracked Sasuke beyond the Fire Country's borders, confronting the Sound Four in a gauntlet of battles that left the group battered. Naruto dispatched two foes with terrifying displays of his synergy, using shadow extraction to raise one enemy's shadow as a short-lived soldier, stunning Shikamaru with the sheer eerie power of it. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi's red chakra flickered in Naruto's eyes, fusing with the black swirl of shadows at his feet. The line between friend and monster thinned with every clash. Finally, battered and bruised, Naruto caught up to Sasuke at the Valley of the End, the colossal statues of Madara and Hashirama looming over a roaring waterfall. The water churned, white spray rising like ghosts in the moonlight. Sasuke stood on one statue's head, the cursed seal etched across his skin. His Sharingan glowed with rage. "Don't try to stop me," Naruto, Sasuke warned, a bitter edge to his voice. If I stay in Konoha, I'll never achieve the power I need to kill Itachi. Naruto snarled back. You think abandoning everyone is the way? You're throwing away your home. For what? That snake's power. Sasuke smirked, bitterness twisting his features. You wouldn't understand. Lightning crackled around his palm. Chidori. Naruto responded with a shadow-laced Rasengan, swirling with black undertones. They hurtled at each other, energies colliding in a cataclysmic crash that split the waterfall's base. Spray soared, the air thick with malice. They exchanged a flurry of vicious strikes. Sasuke's Sharingan predicted Naruto's moves, but Naruto's shadows created illusions and afterimages that defied easy reading. Punches and kicks slammed into unyielding flesh, bones rattling. Blood stained the water. A final collision of Rasengan and Chidori, both infused with monstrous chakra, sent them spiraling apart. Naruto collapsed on the rocky shore, gasping, the fox's chakra receding. Sasuke clutched a shattered forearm, staggering to his feet. He loomed over Naruto, breath ragged. For a heartbeat, Naruto expected a killing blow. But Sasuke simply stared, anger and pain warring in his gaze. I won't become like my brother, Sasuke murmured, voice trembling. But I need power. Orochimaru has it. He turned away, leaving Naruto broken on the ground. Soon, Sasuke vanished into the forest shadows, crossing a threshold Naruto couldn't follow.
As consciousness faded, Naruto's last thought was a vow. I'll save you, Sasuke. No matter what.
Dash 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 dash. Aftermath in a darkening world. Rescue teams found Naruto half dead by dawn, bringing him back to Konoha under Tsunade's watchful eyes. Confined to a hospital bed, he seethed in frustration. All that power, all his progress. And still, Sasuke slipped away. The voices of concern from Sakura, Ino, Tenten, and Hinata hovered around him. He tried to reassure them with shaky smiles, but the burn of failure gnawed at his core. 2 days later, while Naruto was still healing, Jiraiya approached with a grave expression. The Toad Sage explained he had leads on Akatsuki movements. And with Sasuke gone, Orochimaru might also become bolder. We can't let the world slip into chaos, Jiraiya muttered. Come with me, Naruto. We'll train outside the village for a while, gather intel, and push your growth further. If you want to save Sasuke or defend Konoha from the Akatsuki, you need to stand at the very pinnacle of power. Naruto, pale but resolute, agreed. He parted from his friends, promising to return stronger. The tearful goodbyes from Ino, Tenten, Sakura, and Hinata weighed on his heart, each of them pressing a warm kiss to his cheek or, in Ino's case, a fierce lip lock that left him dizzy. Even Shizune offered a soft embrace, reminding him to take care. Anko. Nowhere to be seen. Left only a cryptic message. I'll find you if you start losing yourself to darkness, brat. That same day, Naruto and Jiraiya vanished beyond Konoha's gates, heading toward unknown horizons. Dash 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 dash. Training for a war, they traveled far, crossing rivers and mountain ranges, visiting remote shrines. For months, Naruto honed the synergy between the Kyuubi's chakra and the system's shadow abilities. He tackled more advanced shadow dungeons, often with near-fatal results. Jiraiya, though wary of Naruto's dark aura, taught him new seals to stabilize the Nine Tails' power, while Naruto refined skills like Shade Step, Brief Shadow Teleport, Shadow Imbuement, Enhanced Attacks, and advanced Rasengan variants that crackled with black energy. One night, in a remote mountainous region, Naruto pushed deeper into a specialized system dungeon that demanded he face monstrous boss-level creatures. Inside a crumbling fortress, he confronted a colossal entity shaped like a skeletal samurai wreathed in black flames. The fight raged across stone parapets, each slash of the samurai's blade threatening to sever him in half. Naruto's clones shattered under the onslaught, forced to reform from shadow again and again. Blood trickled from his lips. I have to surpass my limits. In desperation, he tapped deeper into the system. Tier 1 near completion. Attempt evolution to Tier 2. Cost. Substantial risk. Proceed? Y.N. Naruto's heart thundered. Yes, he roared. Darkness surged, melding with the Kyuubi's chakra in a swirling inferno. The fortress walls shook. In that moment, Shadow Monarch Tier 2 ignited, unveiling a broader domain. The entire fortress dimmed as if all light had been devoured. A shadow gate yawned open behind Naruto, from which an army of shadow soldiers poured out. Warriors, beasts, even the faint echo of foes he had previously extracted. With a resolute command, Naruto sent them upon the skeletal samurai. In a cacophony of roars and clashing steel, the boss was overwhelmed. Naruto himself delivered the final blow. A godlike Rasengan pulsing with black-red chakra, shattering the monstrous being into fragments of dark energy. His body almost collapsed from the strain, but exhilaration flared in his soul. Tier 2 unlocked. Shadow Monarch's army. Access to Domain of the Fallen. Summon advanced shadow soldiers from memory or captured foes. Warning. High chakra cost. He staggered from the dungeon at dawn, where Jiraiya found him battered, reeking of dark chakra. The Sannin frowned but saw in Naruto's eyes a fierce new light. I can't stop you from traveling this path, Jiraiya murmured. Just promise me you won't lose yourself. Naruto gave a shaky grin. I won't, I have too much to protect. Dash 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 dash. Call to battle. The fourth great ninja war. As months slipped by, tensions across the shinobi nations exploded into an all-out conflict. The Akatsuki had begun capturing Jinchuriki from other villages, and Tobi, revealed as an enigmatic mastermind controlling the organization, declared the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Their goal? Gather all tailed beasts to create the 10 tails and cast the entire world under a genjutsu known as the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Konoha, now led by Tsunade, allied with the other 4 major nations to form the Shinobi Alliance. Preparations for a massive confrontation commenced. Battlefield lines stretched across multiple countries. The White Zetsu army, spawned by the Akatsuki's twisted experiment, run entire regions. Amid this chaos, Naruto and Jiraiya returned to the village, only to be immediately summoned to the Alliance Command Center. Generals from each village stared in awe as Naruto arrived, carrying an aura that felt simultaneously comforting and fearsome. A hush followed him down the war room corridor. Some recognized him from rumors. The Shadow Lord, Jinchuriki. Tsunade greeted him with a terse nod. Naruto, you're just in time. The war's begun. We need your power on the front lines. Even the Raikage and Mizukage, standing nearby, flicked wary glances at Naruto's swirling black chakra. The new arrivals from Konoha, Ino, Tenten, Sakura, Hinata, hastened to his side, relief etched on their faces. Naruto felt a pang of warmth. They each had matured, scars of battle reflecting in their eyes. Yet the spark of loyalty remained. Tenten half smiled, tension in her posture. Ino hovered anxiously. Sakura's gaze flicked over him, noticing changes in his bearing. Hinata whispered, Naruto-kun. He gently squeezed Hinata's hand, offered Tenten a quick, covert kiss on her forehead when no one was looking, and shared a lingering look with Ino. A soft corner of his heart tugged at the sight of them all safe, but the clang of war overshadowed any personal moment. Jiraiya updated them. Toba's mobilizing the White Zetsu army. We must defend critical points in the Land of Lightning and Land of Iron. Our forces are splitting into divisions. Naruto, you'll join the main combat division. Try not to overshadow everyone else, Naruto mustered a small grin. No promises, Ero Sennin. dash 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 dash. Battlefront. The clash with the White Zetsu army. Days later, the war was in full swing. Naruto found himself on a vast battlefield beneath a stormy sky. Lightning forked above, illuminating thousands of White Zetsu clones surging across muddy plains. Allied shinobi in uniform ranks braced for impact. Among them, familiar faces. Kiba and Akamaru. Shikamaru with a steely glare. Sakura ready with medical supplies. Tenten gripping a scroll of weaponry. Ino focusing her mind transfer techniques, and many more from different villages. Then, with a thunderous roar, the armies collided. Combat erupted in a frenzy of shouts, jutsu, and swirling weapons. The White Zetsu clones fought with inhuman resilience, each taking multiple hits before going down, but Naruto's presence changed the tenor of the battle. Darkness coiled around him as he invoked Shadow Monarch Tier 2. Black gates tore open in the sky, releasing ranks of shadow soldiers to flank the allied shinobi. The very sight of this spectral legion sent chills through friend and foe alike. A single command from Naruto, and the shadows advanced, rending White Zetsu with terrifying efficiency. Meanwhile, Naruto himself leapt into the thick of it, Rasengan blazing black at the edges. He carved a path, toppling entire squads of clones. Ino and Tenten stuck close, offering support and covering his blind spots. Tenten unleashed storms of blades from her scroll, each enhanced by Naruto's shadow infusion. Ino used her mind transfer on key Zetsu squads, causing them to turn on each other. Chaos raged. From the ridgeline, Tobi observed with calculated interest. Naruto Uzumaki, the darkness within him grows, he murmured. Beside him stood a resurrected figure. Madara Uchiha, summoned via Edo Tensei. Madara's cold gaze swept the battlefield. This one interests me, Madara commented. But our real goal is the tailed beasts. Let the boy play his war for now. When Tobi signaled, Madara vanished in a blur, leaving Tobi to orchestrate from the shadows. Dash 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 dash. Madara's appearance and the Ten Tails crisis victories piled up for the Shinobi Alliance, bolstered by Naruto's unstoppable drive and the combined might of the 5 great nations. Just when hope ignited that the Akatsuki might be cornered, the unthinkable happened. In a sudden, coordinated strike, Tobi and Madara managed to gather enough tailed beast chakra to resurrect the incomplete 10 tails at the heart of a desolate crater. A foul aura spread, blotting out the sky with swirling clouds. Word spread like wildfire. The alliance needed to converge, or the beast would unleash a cataclysm across the entire world. As the massive, half-formed 10 tails roared, an army of White Zetsu and Edo Tensei shinobi swarmed to defend it. The final stage of the war had begun. Naruto and the allied forces raced to the crater. A fierce battle erupted around the monstrous 10 tails, whose single vacant eye glowed ominously. Waves of destructive chakra blasts leveled entire swaths of land. Shinobi scrambled to form barrier teams. Tenten and Ino joined a combined infiltration squad. Hinata's Baikugan scouted weak points around the beast. Sakura supported the medical lines. Meanwhile, Naruto soared to the front, locked in a deadly dance with Madara and Tobi themselves. Madara, reincarnated in his prime, toyed with the alliance, weaving meteor-level jutsu and Susanoo constructs that dwarfed entire battalions. Tobi phased through attacks, intangible and mocking. The death toll climbed rapidly. Even Naruto, forging ahead with the might of the 9 tails and Tier 2 shadows, found himself battered. Still not enough. Dash 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 dash. The Shadow Monarch's true ascension as Madara unleashed a devastating Susanoo slash, Naruto mustered a desperate defense. The monstrous sword collided with a swarm of Naruto's shadow soldiers, who disintegrated in a swirl of black motes. Gritting his teeth, Naruto tried to raise more from the domain gates, but the Ten Tails' chaotic energy disrupted his focus. A wave of exhaustion and despair crept over him. Sasuke is gone. The world is on the brink. Am I losing? Then a chorus of voices broke through the gloom. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata, even Shizune and Anko. Each fighting on different fronts, each refusing to yield. Their faith, their unwavering bond to him, ignited a flame of determination. He couldn't fail. If he faltered, the entire world would drown in the Ten Tails' madness. Deep in his consciousness, the system flared. Warning. Ten Tails interference detected. Tier 2 limit reached. Potential for Tier 3. Requires merging all existing shadow powers with Kyuubi's full might. Extreme caution advised. Proceed? Naruto's heart pounded. A final push, or doom. He clenched his fists, recalling every friend he swore to protect. Do it, he roared inwardly. In an eruption of black and scarlet light, Naruto's chakra skyrocketed. The Nine Tails' presence swelled within, merging with the Shadow Monarch domain. The sky darkened unnaturally, swirling vortexes forming overhead. Shinobi on both sides froze, watching in awe or dread as Naruto's entire form crackled with an otherworldly aura. Shadow Monarch Tier 3. Godslayer. An enormous phantom gate opened behind him, from which legions of advanced shadow soldiers spilled forth. Massive draconic silhouettes, knights, beasts, even spectral clones of fallen allies. Madara's eyes narrowed. What is this? Susanoo flared, but Naruto's new power hammered it in a single blow, fracturing the chakra construct. Tobi tried to slip into intangibility, but the domain's swirling darkness grabbed him mid-phase, forcing him into solidity. Horror twisted Toba's masked face. Impossible. Naruto soared above them, Rasengan blazing with black conflagration, combined with the swirling red of the Kyuubi's chakra. He unleashed it in an apocalyptic arc of energy that carved across the battlefield. The shockwave toppled the Ten Tails' incomplete form. Sendied shinobi shielded their eyes from the blinding burst. As the dust cleared, they beheld a scene beyond comprehension. The Ten Tails lay partially severed, howling in pain. Tobi, battered, collapsed to one knee. Madara, reeling, clutched the remains of Susanoo. All around them, Naruto's shadow soldiers corralled white Zetsu, disintegrating foes in waves of black pulses. The once hopeless front turned in a heartbeat. Tobi attempted one last swirl of space-time ninjutsu to escape. Naruto's eyes, ablaze with the combined might, pinned him. No more running, he growled. With a savage yank, Naruto flung a chain of shadow chakra around Toba's body, reeling him in. Toba's mask cracked, revealing a single Sharingan and a twisted grimace. In that tense moment, Naruto remembered Sasuke, the bitter sting of betrayal, the cycle of hatred. He wanted to kill Tobi for endangering everything, but a flicker of empathy, echoing the third Hokage's teachings, held him back from pure vengeance. Instead, he delivered a final blow that knocked Tobi unconscious, forcibly ripping away the Rinnegan he carried. Freed from Toba's direct control, the Ten Tails howled, disintegrating into a swirl of chaotic chakra that the Alliance barrier teams contained. Madara, however, refused to surrender easily. This isn't over. But with Toba's defeat and the Ten Tails unraveling, Madara's Edo Tensei body began to destabilize. The reanimation lost its anchor. He cast Naruto a final murderous glare before disintegrating into ash, undone by the seal. A hush draped the battlefield, broken only by the ragged breathing of thousands of weary shinobi. Dash 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 dash. End of war and the resolution in the aftermath. The Shinobi Alliance roared in triumph. Tobi was apprehended, the Ten Tails neutralized, and the Edo Tensei dispelled. Soldiers hugged, wept, and patted each other on blood-stained backs. The era of the Fourth Great Ninja War ended in a single victorious day, but at great cost. The land was scarred, families lost, and the future uncertain. Yet, In that battered crater, hope shone like a new sun.
Naruto, still bathed in lingering black-red chakra, finally allowed the Tier 3 form to subside. Exhaustion slammed him, body trembling. Strong arms caught him before he toppled. Ino and Tenten, tears mixing with relief on their faces. He gave a faint grin to them both, then glimpsed Sakura and Hinata rushing over, each crying his name. Even Anko and Shizune hovered in the background, sharing stunned looks.
Somewhere behind them, Tsunade arrived, flanked by other Kage. She surveyed Naruto's battered frame, the lines of worry on her face melting into pride. "You damn fool," she said softly, "you did it." Naruto tried to speak but found only a hoarse chuckle. His shadow soldiers were gone, retracted into the gate. The eyes of countless shinobi turned to him, the hero who'd bridged light and darkness to save them all. Dash 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 dash. Epilogue. Monarch of a new era. Weeks later, the Allied nations convened in Konoha for a grand memorial to honor the fallen and a festival to celebrate the victory. Streets thronged with visitors from every village, forging bonds that had never seemed possible before. The once scorched walls had been rebuilt and repainted, a testament to resilience. Naruto woke in his apartment, still stiff from healing injuries. He washed up, wincing as he stretched scabbed muscles. His reflection in the mirror no longer resembled the loud-mouthed academy brat. He stood taller, sharper. The shadows at his feet pulsed faintly, a reminder of the Shadow Monarch power coexisting with the Nine Tails. "I've come so far, but there's more to do." He would never forget Sasuke's absence, still out there pursuing his own path. A cluster of knocks on the door startled him. When he opened it, Ino swooped in with a bright grin. Tenten followed, carrying a basket of pastries. Hinata held a small jar of medicinal salve, and Sakura hovered behind them, arms crossed with a gentle smile. Even Shizune peeked around the corner, offering a sheepish wave, and Anko stepped up last with a mischievous smirk, tossing Naruto a bag of dango. They all chatted and fussed, each claiming a measure of his attention. Naruto's heart brimmed with warmth. This was his life now, a swirling synergy of love, friendship, and unstoppable ambition. He teased them back with playful kisses, sometimes on the cheek, sometimes more. In the commotion, Tenten's blush, Ino's mock indignant squeal, Sakura's flustered stammer, Hinata's wide-eyed gasp, Shizune's shy smile, and Anko's wicked chuckle filled the small apartment with a chaotic joy. Soon, Tsunade's messenger hawk arrived, summoning Naruto to a ceremony at the Hokage Tower. He parted from the girls, promising to meet them at the festival, then leapt across rooftops. The morning sun bathed Konoha's streets in gold. Everywhere he looked, people smiled, rebuilding lives that had nearly been lost. He saw squads of genin practicing new drills, older shinobi patrolling with a sense of renewed purpose. In the tower courtyard, Tsunade awaited, flanked by Jiraiya and the Kages from other nations. A hush fell as Naruto arrived. Tsunade cleared her throat. "Naruto Uzumaki," she declared loudly, "in recognition of your service in the Fourth Great Ninja War and your unparalleled valor in defending the shinobi world, we grant you the highest honors of Konoha." A round of applause thundered. Naruto, unsure of how to handle the attention, scratched his cheek. "Hey, thanks, but we all fought together." Tsunade smirked. "Don't be modest. No one denies who turned the tide." Jiraiya stepped forward, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "You've come far, brat. Remember, real strength protects, not dominates." Naruto nodded, chest tight with emotion. "I'll never forget." After the brief ceremony, crowds erupted in cheers, celebrating not just Naruto but the unity of all nations. The festival started in earnest. Colorful lanterns, music, food stalls. Shinobi from rival villages laughed together. Peace felt tangible. Dash 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 dash. Last moments. The future wide open. Later that evening, Naruto found a quiet perch atop the Hokage monument, gazing across the village lights. The crisp night air carried laughter, the scent of sweet buns and grilled skewers. He sensed footsteps behind him and turned to see Sakura first, then Ino, Tenten, Hinata, Anko, Shizune, all approaching with curious, affectionate smiles. Each claimed a spot around him, sharing the serene view. The weight of the war and countless battles eased in that collective warmth. They asked him about tomorrow. How would the world look, now that the Akatsuki's threat was snuffed? Where would Naruto's path lead? He grinned, eyes on the horizon. I won't just stop here. There are still things to fix. Sasuke out there, new evils, and the promise I made to the old man, to be Hokage. Ino teased, we'll hold you to that, don't keep us waiting forever. Tenten leaned her head on his shoulder. We'll back you up, no matter what. Sakura managed a tender smile, but, you'd better take better care of yourself. Hinata nodded shyly. Anko elbowed him, murmuring, keep up that dark power in check, brat, though there was a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Shizune simply squeezed his arm, content in the knowledge that he was alive and safe. Naruto closed his eyes, letting the swirl of affection and determination settle. The system still lingered in the back of his mind, reminding him that the shadowy throne he'd claimed was only the beginning. Shadow Monarch Tier 3. He opened his eyes to the starry expanse overhead. No matter what, he said quietly, I'll move forward and protect what I hold dear. That's my way of the shinobi. Laughter bubbled among the group, warm and comforting, as a soft breeze rippled across Konoha's rooftops. The lights of the festival glowed below, testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The final note was one of hope, not despair. A promise of brighter tomorrows for every ninja who dared to dream. The Shadow Monarch, Naruto Uzumaki, sat side by side with those he loved and those who believed in him, forging a new legacy where darkness and light united, reshaping the shinobi world for generations to come. End of Chapter 5.